Good morning, everyone, from the 2022 Royal Welsh Show. It's a beautiful morning here, and contrary to popular opinion, it's quite cool. This morning on the drive-in, it was about 11 degrees. Anyway, we're just waiting now for the first class, the Welsh Section C, to enter the ring. But before I do that, I'd like to introduce you, first of all, to myself, Robert Parker-Jones. Now a judge, but have competed in these classes many years ago. I'll be commentating this morning, and I'd like to introduce you to the other members.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Gemma Rees, so I'll be here today commentating with Robert and Maggie. So a little bit about myself. I've had the privilege of judging the Section C's here a few years ago, which was just a wonderful honour, and ridden and won here many times myself. So looking forward to spending the day sat here and watching and commentating the classes.
I'm Maggie Simons. Good morning to everyone. This is, I can imagine that they're all feeling a little bit nervous this morning. I know I was when every time I enter that ring, but it'll be a great honour for them all to have a little trot round. And hopefully we can keep you all updated.
So first of all, we've got the Welsh Pony of Cob type, class 360. There's 54 catalogue entries, so depending on the weather, see how many turn up. It is a little bit supposed to be very hot, so I know a lot of ponies have pulled out, but at the moment it's quite cool, and there look to be quite a few there in the collecting ring, so hopefully we'll have plenty forward.
Gemma, you've obviously judged here not long ago. How will the judges be feeling in the middle of that ring right now?
It is quite nerve-wracking, I have to say, especially it's the only show that these ponies are ridden at, so unlike any other show, this is the only class in the UK that the Section C's and the Section D's are ridden by a ride judge. So again, it's very different to set up your ponies. You probably know that, Max. You have to try and get them ready for a ride judge. But yeah, it is very nerve-wracking. It's very busy, so you have to be very alert. I find stood in the middle of that ring. Lots of ponies with full white socks, so you do have to be very vigilant. And it is a wonderful honour, wonderful privilege.
The judges this morning, the ride judge is Lisa Barsom-Allen from Henley-on-Thames. She competes in these classes as well, mainly on a Section D that she has. But this morning she'll be riding the C's. She may find them a little bit smaller than usual, and hopefully she'll have had some practice on them. Joining her this morning for the confirmation phase is Mr. Richard Morgan, the Ormond stud. He's from Lampeter. His father was Sam Morgan of the Park stud, so he's no stranger to the Royal Welsh and the main ring. In their day, the Park were mainly Section D's, but Richard has branched out and become a very successful Section C breeder as well.
Robert, you've obviously done a lot of judging and riding. What would you be looking for on that go-round this morning?
I think the first thing is when they walk in the ring, you're looking for the animal that's covering ground, walking freely, hopefully on a loose contact, and the animal looking as if it's enjoying what it's doing. And those that do walk well stand out, and those that don't walk well, you don't forget them either. So this initial walk round is really important, because this is the time when you're actually taking in how well they walk, and you're actually then looking for points about the pony or the rider that are going to help you remember who's who, because when there are so many in the class, it's really difficult to remember them. They must both be in the ring now, but the camera only seems to be on Richard. Whether they're not standing together. There has been a move recently that competitors like the judges to stand apart and not discuss what they're seeing, which I have to say I think is a little strange really, because when there are two judges, what you want is to come up with a result that you both agree with. So I'm a little bit surprised that they're not discussing what's going on.
Thought we'd do a little bit about one of the judges, Lisa Barsu-Malin. I had the privilege of chatting to her earlier this morning just before she went in, and she was so excited about doing this. Basically, she started her judging career 20 years ago just to have the privilege of judging here. So 20 years into judging, she's finally had one of her dreams come true, as they say. So I'm sure she's going to do a fantastic job today. A little bit of background about her. She studied at the University of Westminster in London and worked in the diabetes field for a pharmaceutical company for 16 years, but recently had a little girl called Agatha 17 months ago in lockdown, so is concentrating on being a mum. They're home produced as well, so they've bred and produced some beautiful horses over the years. I believe they've bred one that did win here as a yearling, which then went on to do very, very well, Section C mare. And I think she did win the Section D's Cob Stallions, I think, when she told me earlier. So, yeah, she's had a little bit of success here as well. She's on a fair few panels, Welsh Pony and Cob Society for the last 10 years, National Pony Society, British Show Pony Society, and UK Horse and Pony panels. So, and she's also judged all around the world in USA, Australia. She's judged Royal Windsor and most county shows. So, I'm sure she's very, very well up to her knowledge and knows what to do, so very much looking forward to watching her today.
I was with her at a show on Sunday, and it's amazing really, because while she was pregnant and since, she put on a lot of weight, and I had a real shock when I saw her on Sunday, because my goodness, she has lost a lot of weight.
She has. She looked fantastic this morning, so credit to her for doing that for this. It's well, not just for this, but she just looked fantastic. Well done, Lisa. So good luck today.
Yeah, and I think she's got a lucky tie pin that her husband bought her last week for her birthday, I think, that she's wearing today. So.
I did see that, and a tie as well, I believe. So yeah, it's spoiled her.
Special occasion.
And I know he's here today, and I know he'll be very proud watching and her mum with their baby Agatha. So a whole family trip here. So delighted for them to have this honour of judging. So, but we're still walking at the moment. Haven't quite managed to catch how many have come forward, but the ring does look fabulous, full of ponies, and it's wonderful to be back at the show after 2 years of not being here. So, yeah, how would you feel be walking around there, Maggie?
Oh, very excited, but I must say on Horse Hill this morning there's a real buzz and a real atmosphere that people are just so grateful to be back. Everyone seems happy, everyone seems jolly, and everyone seems just excited to get back in that ring.
Yeah, they seem to be settling down now. When they first came in, there were quite a few that obviously hadn't been here before, and they're spooking and looking about. And I think perhaps what they do is to perhaps ignore what's going on for the first 5 minutes, just to let everybody settle down.
It's a very, very busy show here. As you can see, there's banners all the way around. And it's one of the first big county shows of the year, really. We've had a few, but a lot of these ponies, even if they're 6 or 7, there still will be novices because they haven't had 2 years of showing, and this will be the first time that they see big crowds, so it will be a lot. And having so many in the ring, showing hasn't been as busy this last year, so this will be the first time that there will be a lot of ponies together, so it'll be very, very nice to see, but it will be difficult on a young pony. It's a big ring. You've only got the cones now. We'll have the racehorses in the ring next door, so you do have to have your eyes at the back of your head. You do have to be very tactical. So it's a wonderful, wonderful ring to ride in, but thankfully at the moment it's looking nice and quiet in the grandstand, so hopefully that will keep the ponies a little bit calmer and quieter until the Section Ds later come in.
Yes, Lisa's looking very smart. And the jacket's just about the right length. Anybody who knows me knows I'm a fanatic about jackets being too short.
I agree, Robert. I do like a longer jacket myself. So I've recently judged in Australia, and you probably have noticed they do have very short jackets over there, very different to ours. So I did have a few funny looks when I turned up in my longer tweed, but I do much prefer a longer jacket. My navy jackets are Bernard Weatherhill, so they're always a little bit longer than most anyway, but I think it's more flattering and it looks better. So.
You know, she said to me when I'd mentioned to her about mentioning her weight, she said she'd heard that I was commentating, and she'd said to her husband, make sure those boots are really shiny.
I think presentation is everything, though, isn't it? It really does make a difference whether you're riding in the ring or whether you're judging. It's part of it, isn't it? So your overall picture is the whole reason why we do it. So looking the part is very important.
And I think for a lady judge, it's always greatly anticipated what outfit they'll wear and everything. So I think it's really nice that they've made an effort to make her normal riding attire, judging outfit to be a little bit special.
Absolutely.
Really nice little touch.
Absolutely.
They're all looking actually quite fit, because we've got this big move at the moment to have animals fit for the job, not too fat, and traditionally the C's and D's are often carry a little bit too much weight. But I would have said first impression is that a lot of these ponies in the ring now look fairly fit, and they look well. They don't look grossly fat.
No, I can't say I've seen one at the moment. They're all looking very well and everything's settling. It's nice they're having a nice walk around as well, which is settles the nerves, settles the ponies, especially now that we've got the racehorses in the class next door. So we've got a couple a little bit on their toes.
I think it's actually been really telling that the ridden ponies seem to have been dealing with the heat a lot better, because they're a little bit fitter and a little bit leaner, and they seem to be able to cope with the heat.
There we go, we're starting off.
Then press the red button. TiVo or Sky Box users go into settings and use the audio selection option.
Yeah, they're moving into trot, and I think everyone will notice now that there's a real contrast in the type of movement. We've got those ponies that move with a lot of knee action and a good flexion to the hock, and then we've got others that are much lower action at trot, more of a riding type. So this will, depend on what the judges like for their Section C. Do they like something that's got, a riding action, or do they like something with a little bit more knee action?
We can obviously see quite a variety of colour going around the ring as well there. It'll be what catches the judge's eye, I guess.
Absolutely. I think you do have the odd ones that are a different colour that do stand out. When I judged here a few years ago, I had a dun pony to win. Wasn't drawn top, but it was absolutely beautiful to ride. So it's very difficult in this class, because it's not obviously just on the way that they're going. It's going to be on how they're ridden. I believe 50 marks are towards that. So it's a big element of it. It might look nice, but it may not feel the same to ride. So I do find here that the lineup, it does change. It doesn't always stay the same. So
because if in the preparation they haven't had other people sitting on them. It could be a real shock to the pony when
Absolutely.
somebody gets on who's bigger or lighter or heavier.
Yep.
At different hands, different way of riding is going to affect them. So it's going to be the ones that have really put in the homework.
And you will find with your Section Cs as well, because they're not used to having a ride judge, when they go out and do their individual show, they usually know what show they're going to be doing. Whereas they've got somebody new on straight away, so it's a big change and a big ask for them. So it is very different being stood in the middle and actually riding them yourselves to how it feels and how it looks. So it'll be interesting now to see if the lineup does change. But at the moment now we are looking at the Racehorse to Riding Horse, class 360, 4-year-old and over. So these are obviously ex-racehorses that have raced on the track once. We have I believe we've got 6 forward and already in trot. You will notice some of them in navy jackets and your pretty bow bands, and you will see some, as we've just seen, with tweeds. So it's personal preference to how you believe your horse is built and how you would like to, whether it looks more of a hack or a riding horse or a hunter. So again, it's personal preference to what you would prefer. So looks like we've got a few forward, a few little bit might be a little unsettled with the big cob Section C class next door. I believe on the screen now we've got Abby Dark. She's very successful racehorse to riding horse, so he's won a lot and she's had him for the last few years, and she's done a really good job with him.
Yeah, this must be quite a difficult class for the horses because they've got so much space. There's a lot of noise, there's animals working next door in the ring. You need something that has got a very sensible temperament to be doing this job.
Yes, quite a different training to how you'd want them as a racehorse, I guess, and especially with all those Section Cs cantering around next door to them.
They're keeping well away from them, actually, aren't they?
It's lovely to see the racehorses going on to do a different job after they've trained and after they've raced as well, though.
Which is because when you think of the numbers that are in train, it's a worrying thought really where they all end up. So this is encouraging to see more and more of them finding their way into the showroom.
Absolutely, it's a very big task to take on a racehorse. So I do take my hat off to these ladies and gentlemen doing these classes. These horses are from the moment they're born to go out as fast as they can. So trying to get them to go as well as half of these do, it's very, very well done. So I do take my hat off to them. Our judges today, I believe there's a change of judge. We haven't got much information on this as of yet. Unfortunately, the awful COVID has struck a couple of judges this week, so we have had a few changes of judge. I believe our riding judge is Mr. Jody Soul.
I don't know. I thought it looked like Richard Telford.
It could be. Right, we'll have to confirm on that. We'll have a little look. I know we do have Wyn Morris in the middle there.
Yeah,
so
I think it was him, yes.
I don't believe he's in the catalogue judging either. So Maggie will know a little bit about Wyn. You can tell us. I know we're born from Pembrokeshire, so we've known Wyn for a number of years. So it's lovely to see him in the middle of the ring today, and he's had a lot of success showing. He was supreme here a good few years ago now with the coloured horse. So you probably know plenty about him, Max.
Yeah, so Wyn Morris is no stranger to anyone in the showing world, really, or in the point-to-point world. He trains point-to-point horses alongside producing show ponies, and he's also got a few mountain and moorland ponies, so he is a true all-rounder himself. He will know exactly what he's looking for this morning, and I'm sure he will thoroughly enjoy the experience.
I believe that is Richard Telford in the middle, isn't it, Robert?
Yes.
So So he's judging the Section Ds shortly, so fair play. He's just stepped into judges class, so he's going to have a very busy day.
But he'll be quite used to these horses.
Yes, he's done a lot of judging and riding.
Horses, so.
Yeah, I'm sure he's going to do a fabulous job. So we have to take our hat off to these judges today. I know everybody's worried about the heat and everything, but most people are just going in to do one class, whereas these ride judges are going to be riding nearly every single pony in these classes. So we do have to take credit to what a wonderful job they'll be doing today. So luckily Richard's got a smaller class to start with before he goes into the Section Ds, where I know he will be very busy.
Yes.
He can calm his nerves before he starts on all the cobs.
Yes, I think he's going to go from one extreme to another, isn't he? So going from a racehorse to a cob is no mean feat. So
it's nice for the cob showing people to actually have someone riding the horses who is used to Welsh cobs as well. It's very difficult. There's not many ridden panels for the mountain and moorland breeds and for the native breeds, so it's really nice to have someone who's used to riding a Welsh cob, because it's obviously a very different type of movement compared to your hunters and your racehorses.
Years ago, it was always a hunter judge. So often somebody who had no experience at all of Welsh breeds, and they would judge on their own. So they rode them very differently. I mean, they rode them like hunters, so they didn't worry about had they got a big trot. The thing was, did they gallop?
Yeah, and I think that's where you've got to look at your judges and where you've got to have a little bit of experience. If you know who's going to be judging you, that's where you've got to set up your pony ready for that ride judge. It's not up to the judge and to school the pony. It's up to you to have your pony ready for that ride judge and to go the way that they want them to do. So if you know you've got a judge that wants to gallop, then that's what you've got to practice at home. So that's all part of showing. So it looks like they've started to draw them in now into the racehorse class. So they will now be ridden by Mr. Richard Talford. A few of them a little unsettled, but
yeah, and I think that perhaps at this stage, he has to decide whether he actually wants to get on. If something is very naughty, you have to make that decision well.
Absolutely. Health and safety is obviously one of the most important things, so nobody wants to have an accident, but they're probably a little unsettled. You probably hear in the background the screaming, so I would assume that the Section Cs are galloping, which is the most exciting part of the class. So everybody comes here to have a galloping photo in front of the grandstand, so it'd be wonderful. So yeah, the racehorses will be a little bit unsettled at the moment, but Richard is going on to the first horse now, so number 2266. So I'll just have a quick look at what that is.
Yeah, and years ago as well, I can remember I rode here in 1989 and won the mare and gelding class, and then went on to be champion ridden. But we had the whole ring, so the ring wasn't divided in half. So when you galloped the whole length of the grandstand, which was amazing. I mean, it's a big ring, and it probably is plenty of room, but not as big as it was. It was amazing.
Yeah, I do a lot of the side saddles, so we have the privilege of having the whole main ring there, so we're very lucky. We only have 15 minutes for the class, but should be grateful. So the horse that is drawn top at the moment is number 2266. This is Mr. V Bertorelli.
Yeah, and he's got onto this horse, and straight away he's quite confident, and the horse is going, kindly for him, and knows there's somebody different on, but is getting on with the job really nicely.
It does look a lovely ride, to be fair, and Richard's done a fantastic job. Your first horse, I find, as a ride judge, is always your most difficult one. You're a little bit nervous, the horse is a little bit nervous, so I always find the first one is always your most difficult, but it does look like it's giving him a fabulous ride. So
it's a 13-year-old gelding, and a really nice type, sort of a riding horse type.
And we did notice it did just strike off on the wrong leg, and as I said, it's difficult being a ride judge, your first horse, so you do tend to be I personally tend to be a little bit more forgiving if it's a rider error rather than a horse error. So again, that's a little bit different to what you do in your individual show, but as a ride judge, you have to feel whether it was your fault or whether the horse was imbalanced. But again, first horse nerves, I'm sure.
And I should think the horse was a bit distracted with what's going on.
I would say with the cobs, but Richard, fair play, he stayed to the left a little bit, he kept it quiet, but a very, very beautiful horse there. So number 2266.
From a judge's perspective, would you choose a very different show if you're going to ride it yourself as opposed to what you'd set a competitor to ride?
Oh, yeah, I mean, I think the idea is that when you go out to ride them, you should be doing the same thing with each one so that you can make the comparison of how it felt. But it's really keeping it very simple, so a walk, trot, canter on the other end, and a little extension. But not as a set show, as a ride round the ring.
No, I tend to find I do a little trot to start, straight into canter usually, change rein, a canter and a gallop. But yeah, I probably wouldn't do as a difficult or as longer one as what I would set as a judge. So yeah, it's a little bit different, but you can see the two different types of this racehorse. So we've got a nice brow band on this one, so he'd be a finer sort than the first one, who'd probably be a bit more of a lightweight hunter, the first horse, whereas this one would be more of a riding horse or a hack type.
And quite small, this one.
Yes, well these racehorses come in all sizes, don't they? All shapes and sizes. So but Richard is a very tall man as well,
yes.
So unlike myself, I probably make them look bigger, whereas Richard would do the opposite. But this again looks like it's giving a nice ride to him.
He's got on immediately, and he's on that top rein, leaving the bottom rein completely alone. So
nice and loose.
Yes.
So they let them carry themselves. Yeah. And I think that's what you want as a ride judge. You want something that you can just feel like you can just sit there and go. You're not there to school it or train it. You just want to have it set up ready to go for you. So yeah, so far so good. They're going very well for him. He's doing a fantastic job.
And this is the first one now out for the confirmation phase. So it's been looked at standing still, checking its limbs, its top line, its confirmation in general, and then asked to walk away, trot back, so you can just see how straight a mover it is.
Looks to have a beautiful front, that
yes.
horse, doesn't it, Robert? It really does. Beautiful shoulder and set on front. So, and we can see everyone's supplied with water down here to keep the horses cool. I think the riders do have the option to not wear the jackets later if it does get very hot. So the Royal Welsh have done a fantastic job of making sure everybody's safe, making sure every horse is safe, every rider. So hats off to them for putting all the infrastructure there before we've all come here. I know it's difficult for them. A lot of people wanted shade and things like that, but at the end of the day, we've had plenty of hot shows over the years, so it's up to you whether you bring your horse or not. But at the moment, we all had to wear jackets here this morning, so it's not as hot as anticipated. I'm sure it will be later, but yeah, well done Royal Welsh for putting all the infrastructure there and keeping everyone safe and sound. But yeah, we've got plenty of cool horses. The last horse was number 2254, Abbey Dark's Dakar Dazzle. So yeah, he did a lovely job, and now we're on to the third horse. So.
I think in the other ring they're still deliberating on who they keep in and keep out.
Oh, right.
Yeah, sorry, we can't quite see we only see you as you see in front of us, so once the camera pops over to the seas we will try and keep you up to date, but at the moment we're, and we've got Abby Darks, I know him as Timmy Racehorse, but his show name is Darker Dazzle, but yeah, Abby's had Timmy Racehorse as we call him for a good few years. She's had fantastic few years with him, so as we can see we're looking at the confirmation. We've got Mr. Wyn Morris there, who certainly knows a lot. He does a lot of pointing himself, so he certainly knows what to have in a racehorse and in a show horse as well. So a very good judge for this section.
Yeah, an interesting one, because I would have said this horse perhaps didn't strip quite as well as the first one.
Yes, yeah, the first horse is a very, very beautiful horse. So
it'll depend a lot on,
on how they felt ridden,
yes.
Wasn't it?
Yeah.
Like it definitely comes to the ride section, and it's a 50-50 mix again, so it's not all down to the. And I think with the confirmation with the racehorse to the riding horse, they're not strict with any blemishes, lumps or bumps. Obviously they've had a tough time going on these racehorse tracks, so if anything does have a splint or anything, we are a lot more forgiving, which is absolutely fine. I completely, as long as they've got a new job to do, that is the most important thing.
Grandstand still very empty as yet. I'm sure later on we'll see it really filled up.
It looks like the section C's have been possibly pulled into line.
Yeah, because we're not really sure how many's in, so whether they're going to send some out.
They usually do. We've not seen anyone leave the ring yet.
No.
So when I did the ride judging, I think it was 15, 20 that stayed in. So that's more than enough to ride in this weather. So I haven't seen the rest leave, so they are. Here we go. We're back onto it now. So it's a very difficult decision. So as we can see, we're not sure what's drawn in top, but as soon as we can see, we'll get some numbers. So back to class 136, we're 54, we're pre-entered. They will keep the top 20 in to be ridden. So it is a difficult decision, and you don't want to throw out anything or miss anything. So you do have to take your time and make sure you do have the right ponies forward.
It is funny though, isn't it, that everybody wants 4 white socks. It would be the one without 4 white socks that might get noticed better in this class.
It's the dream though, isn't it, Maggie? You breed season D's, and when they come out with 4 white socks, everyone's always delighted, aren't they?
Yeah, personally, as long as they're healthy and in a good form, and we mainly breed them to do a job, yes, is what our main focus is. So as long as they've got a lovely temperament and they're built to work, then we're quite happy.
Exactly. It doesn't matter what colour they are. It's a good horse regardless of colour, isn't it? So I believe we're going to have to lose you in a second, Maggie. You're going to have to go and work in a pony, I believe.
Yes, once these section C's are all pulled in and they've decided who they're keeping, I will be shooting off to go and ride a cob.
And then hopefully coming back.
Yeah, I will be back. It's obviously quite upsetting for the competitors that are discarded, but it's a protocol that has to be done for the Royal Welsh in order to keep the timetabling and for the health and safety of the judges. Obviously they will pick the 20 that they would prefer to ride, and if there are some that they are not so sure about riding safely.
Absolutely. I think there is a lot of ponies are heightened here, so there are a few that you certainly do not want to ride, so you do have to have your health and safety over it. But I believe it's Katie Marriott Payne drawn in top. I'll have to have a look at the numbers for you as soon as we can see them.
Yeah, I think the thing when you're looking at them now is that you don't want to miss anything. you know, that you perhaps didn't like at this very moment, but actually it went really well. And when you look back at the recording, you think, oh gosh, how did I miss that?
Yeah, I do recall when I judged you, we pulled in our top 20, then we did pull the rest of them into a back line, and we did walk around them just to double check. And sometimes something doesn't quite walk settled at the end, but you may have liked it on the go round, so you do have to give those ones maybe the little benefit of the doubt. So yeah, it's not nice, unfortunately, for the riders. But again, when I judged in Australia, we only kept 12 horses in to ride, so, and we had 30, 40 plus in most classes pulled forward. So and they're used to it. They will drive 4 days and get thrown out.
In very hot temperatures.
Very, very hot temperatures. So
I can remember judging there and setting off for the show and getting there, it was 24.
It's
and by the time I finished, I think it was 37.
It's a very, very different way of showing to what we have. So this is probably a cool day for our Australian friends.
Yeah, there's some familiar faces here that have been called in line. Oh, that looks as if it could be the final. Oh no, they're just going to have a look now to make sure they haven't missed anybody.
Yeah, I do believe it's Katie Marriott Payne on Bryn Carreg the Bandit pulled in top.
Right.
Belonging to C. Lawrence and C. Phillips. Bandit is a seasoned campaigner with Katie. He competed at Horse of the Year show last year, and he is usually a fairly consistent goer.
Yeah, I suppose the only thing for him will be that Lisa will be a lot taller than Katie, so, you know, hopefully when she gets on he won't think, oh, this is different.
And that's, I think, what you've got to take into consideration when you're practicing at home as well, is if you do have a taller judge. I'm obviously very short, so I do have this problem. But what I do with any hunters or get anything ready to have a ride judge, I do try and find a lot taller people, especially men, because I think men obviously heavier than what I would be as well. So you do have to do your preparation at home, and I think it's really, really important. The more you do at home, the more you get other people to ride your horse, it does help. So it will be interesting now to see how these ride. Katie does a fabulous job most of the time, so I'm sure she'll do. I'm sure they're very well schooled. I've ridden a few of her ponies over the years when I've stood in championships, and I've ridden a few at Olympia for her, so I do have to say she schools them fantastically. So.
And you have, haven't you, Maggie?
Yes. I was very lucky to ride for Katie last year at Horse of the Year show.
That's it, yeah.
In second, we have Danielle Heathcote's Ringside Gamekeeper, who, in contrast to the Bandit, is in his first season out on the saddle, under Hayley Reynolds.
So this will be a big difference now between a seasoned pony and a young pony. So, yeah, I think we've just let our horses, unfortunately, that haven't made the top 20 out, but at least they've had a nice gallop in front of the grandstand, which is the important bit, and everyone gets their galloping photo. So, yeah, very sad to do all that effort and everything to be sent out, but unfortunately that's part of showing, and on to the next show, hopefully.
Yeah, so this will be where I leave you now for a little bit.
Thank you, Maggie. Enjoy your riding.
And be careful. Oh, they're just discussing now how she's going to have a who's going to give the leg up, and are they going to do it after 3 or straight on?
And they've got a very good steward there, Mr. Robert Harper. He did the stewarding when I did the ride judging here, so he's local to me. He always does a fantastic job. And again, hats off to all these wonderful stewards. They do this as their free time. Nobody's paid to do this, so to stand all day in this sun and doing this, but everybody does it because they absolutely love it, and you do find it's the same stewards year in, year out, and they really, really do enjoy it. So thank you to all the stewards and all the helpers that volunteer to do this. And we've got Robert Harper, who's a wonderful character, so I'm sure Lisa will have a very good legger upper, as we call them. So as we can see now, everyone's jumping off, so getting ready for the ride judge to have a ride.
I can remember years ago somebody saying, "Oh, would you do the legging up for us at a show?" And it was a hunter judge, and I said to her, she bent her leg, and I said, "Oh, after 3," she said, "Oh, whenever you like." But she didn't have any spring at all.
Oh, that's difficult. Dead weight is the worst, and especially those big hunters there, especially when you get those middleweights and heavyweights, they're very, very tall.
By the time I finished, I felt crippled.
It's always nice to have a bouncy judge.
Yes.
So, it's very, again, when I do the side saddle, it's very interesting to see who legs you up on side saddle. That's a different game again. So we can see now that Lisa's trotting away on the first pony. Again, looks like she's gone straight into a nice trot along the side and straight into canter, and she looks like she's doing a fantastic job, and it's giving her a nice ride so far.
Yes. And again, she's just riding it on a light contact. She's not having to, she's not being pulled or dragged anywhere. It's really nice.
Yeah, when I spoke to Lisa, she said that she wanted it to be mannerly. She said she wanted it to be willing, able to travel forward, a nice balanced ride, not too strong, and something easy to the leg. So as we can see, I think she asked for a little bit of canter there,
and didn't get it.
Didn't get it, so she's pulled it up now. So it'll be interesting now to see what she does on the second horse, whether she will canter a little bit longer there. So we'll see whether that's what she was meant to do, or
I think she
pulled
tried
it up
and felt
it didn't come.
It doesn't want to do it.
Yeah.
And this is the problem, of course, is that you work them in.
That's the difficulty. You do have to have that balance. Yes. You want them to be quiet enough because you want the judge to be safe. The heat again will make them a little bit quieter, but it is very difficult for these ponies. They've never had a ride judge before, but I'm sure Katie, she'll probably be a little bit disappointed, but it's an honour to be drawn top here. Yes. So that's the important thing, and it's a beautiful pony. So we'll see now with the second pony, which is a young pony. So
I've judged this year, and I would have said it's a very soft mouth.
Yeah.
So
it should be nice to ride. So be interesting. And I find with a young pony, when they don't know too much, it's sometimes a little bit better.
It could be an advantage.
Yes, with an older pony, they know what their set show is, and they're ready for their gallop, whereas a young pony will want a little bit help around the ring, so it is a bit of an advantage sometimes. They don't know the job too well, as we say, so it'll be interesting now to see how this does go for her. Yes, this is Ringside Gamekeeper, number 1313. So, bred by the wonderful Ringside stud, the Williamses, who have had massive success here. They have won the Cuddy in hand here a few years ago with the Section C, and they've had they're wonderful breeders of C's and D's, and I think A's and B's as well. So I know they'll be watching, and I know they'll have a few competing here today. So. It's a shame now we've lost them, but we'll come back to the racehorses for the final walk around.
Oh, this will be an interesting. I mean, we haven't seen him ride them all, but we saw him ride the first two. and the first horse is definitely a very classy animal.
And the final walk round, Robert, how important is that to you?
Oh, I mean, amazing really, because what you're doing is to weigh it all up, and then you're thinking, oh, shall I swap them over? If the first horse came out now and hadn't walked or didn't prick its ears, you might be persuaded just to move something above it.
Absolutely. And I think this is where the contrast between the mark system and not having the mark system. So the old time, this is the final walk round, used to be very important, whereas we've lost that a little bit with the mark system. I do really like the mark system with big classes, but it does lose this final element, which has been lost.
I've moved things round at the last minute.
Absolutely.
Where I've thought, oh, that's the winner, and then they do the final walk round, and it dies on you.
Yeah,
almost.
yeah, or sometimes get a little bit excited. You know, these old seasoned horses, again, an older horse can be more difficult than a younger one, but at the moment they do look like they've all settled down. I think it was the Section C's cantering and galloping next door, but...
you look at that first horse now.
He's really striding along, beautiful. And he's got a lovely set on front, hasn't it?
Yeah.
A beautiful walk. So, but again, it'll be interesting to see how they stripped and how they rode. But it does look like our winner has stayed in top. Absolutely. So I think you've got the names there, Robert. So 2266 is our winner.
An unusual name. I would have said it says Anne Catois.
Catois, or yes. And to me, I think, Robert, it looks like he's only got one eye. So I've seen a few horses over the years with that have lost their eyes, but I think he did look like he had lost an eye. I could be wrong, but in the photo. So I think the second horse has stayed second, so that's Abbey Dark.
Yeah, and there was nothing really when you rode them. You know, they were similar.
Very similar, yeah. They both gave a beautiful ride, and they've done a fantastic job.
Right. It has only got one eye.
Yes,
you can see there.
Wow, that's wonderful to see, isn't it? That it's still, with any faults, it's still a beautiful horse regardless. Yes. But what a wonderful thing to see.
So the Section C fans are just going to have to be very patient.
They will, sorry about this. But they'll be over now. So, so in first we've got 2266. It's just V. Bircherelli and Catois, born in 2009. And it's ridden by Victoria Bircherelli, so congratulations to them. I know they'll be not based too far away, so I'm sure they'll be absolutely delighted. It's always wonderful to win at the Royal Welsh, and especially being Welsh as well. It's a very special thing. And Abbey Dark then number 2254 in second, with the Dakar Dazzle, or known to us as Timmy Racehorse. So congratulations to them. I'm sure they'll be delighted. And I will have a look now who was in third, fourth. Apologies, we can't see the numbers from this side, so again, we only see what you see on the screen, so I will try and keep you updated as much as we possibly can. There we go, final decision, the hats are off, so hopefully they'll all stand for their rosettes now as well. Worthy winner there, Bircherelli, A. Catois. It's nice to see both judges going to each of the horses as well. I think it's nice to have a little bit of feedback as well. Yeah. Do you often do that, Robert?
Always. usually probably say more than they want to hear.
But I always think it's nice. If you go a long way and you want to know a reason why you were at the bottom, or I think it does help. For one reason, if that judge does not like your horse, you don't have to go under them again. So I think it's very, very important to give feedback, and I think it's always nice as a competitor from both sides. I think it's wonderful. So
and I would say it would only ever be positive. It's
Absolutely.
never about the horse.
No.
It's always about the way of going or the turnout.
And we can all improve, so it's nice to have those little handy helps to help.
I know I did a clinic in South Wales at the beginning of the season, and Aberdeen came on a Section C that they were working
Oh,
on.
yes, that's just recently qualified for Horse of the Year.
has
So,
it?
yes,
Oh.
they won at the Welsh show in Carmarthen. So, she's had a very good season so far. So, both local girls in first and second. So, wonderful, and congratulations to them both. And I'm sure they'll both be delighted. I'm sure there's a retraining racehorse classes in the other ring later this afternoon with the working hunter. So, I believe they have a championship over there after those classes.
So I wonder now whether Richard Telford has finished his judging on this side.
Yes, he would have finished now, and I believe we've got a different judge again, so we'll have to have a little bit more information about our hunter judges coming in. So unfortunately we lost our last judges due to the dreaded COVID, which unfortunately is still here, disrupting our lives a little bit, but it's just wonderful to be back showing, and it's nice to have the Royal Welsh back. It's so important for everybody, and the morale is high in the Horse Hill.
Oh, absolutely.
Here we go then. So lap of honour for class 360. So it's number 2266, Victoria Bircherelli. Congratulations. So sorry if we pronounced your horse wrong, but Anne Catois or Catois. Congratulations to all his connections there. So absolute credit to you. He went beautifully and he looks fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, he looks as if he's got a lovely temperament, doesn't he? Very, very sensible.
Absolutely, yeah, he's a fabulous horse. And well done to Abby Dark, number 2254, and Dakar Dazzle.
And the ground looks good, doesn't it? They're going.
Yes, fantastic. Royal Welsh again. They've done the most wonderful job with this ring. Even in the wettest of conditions now, they improved it a good few years ago, and I know they've been watering it, and there's plenty of grass coverage there. So yeah, well done to the grounds team. It looks wonderful, and I know that it's got the outdoor arena now, which was built a couple of years ago down at the horse ring. So again, when you're working in the morning, I know the ground is quite hard, but oh look, Victoria's crying there and having a hug. Looks like a partner maybe, but winning here is just the most special thing, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
It's just the most wonderful show. And when did you say you won here, Robert?
1989.
Not too many years ago then.
No, and then Ridden Pony, champion, produced that, would have been about 82, 81, 82. The Riding Pony breeding champion.
Oh wow, okay. You've had quite a
80s,
few success here. It's a very special place winning here, isn't it? It really is. So there we go. Congratulations to the Bircherelli family. Lovely, lovely family.
And of course the weather is often, I've judged here when it's been
terrible.
Yes, visibility, you can't see the hills in the background.
Yes, and I rode here when the mud, well, I've never seen mud like it. It's over the knees before. All no Section C's had white socks that year, so we've had all weathers here, but it's lovely to see the sunshine. But hopefully we'll be back at the Section C's now. We can see them in the distance. Looks like she's riding a few now. But I always find as a ride judge, it's difficult. You always pull in your first horses first, which will hopefully always be your nicer rides. And as you get more tired, then you're riding the more difficult ones. And I always thought it'd be interesting to ride the worst ones first. Not the worst, but your bottom of the line first, and then work your way up. So maybe one day I'll try it, but change the trend. But you never know. Just because they're in the back line doesn't mean they're the worst to ride. They could be the best to ride, but you do get a little bit more tired. So again, it's difficult as a competitor. If you are drawn 20th, then your ride judge is very tired at that point. So you don't want to have a lazy pony, but getting that happy medium is a very difficult job. So.
And in a way, what has to happen is that her marks need to reflect the ride she's getting.
Absolutely, and I think this is where it's important that you need to use your ride marks, don't you? So use a very ride. Again, when I was judging recently in Australia, if something gave me a bad ride, I gave it 5.
Yes.
You really do have to knock it.
Because if the confirmation mark, if you've had something that you've given it a reasonable mark and it didn't go well,
absolutely, it'll end up in the lineup when it doesn't need to be. So, but yeah, this looks like it's given a nice ride to Lisa again. Unfortunately, we haven't got the numbers when Lisa rides them, so apologies, we can't get all of the names for you. And she's standing away and jumping off away from line, which again I think is important to show manners, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that's number 1300. I believe that's Amy's.
I looked a smaller one actually. Lisa looked quite big on
that.
It
did look a little bit smaller. So some of your Section C's can be a little bit smaller. So that was Rachel Cooper's Costa Joe the Boss. That's a 5-year-old.
Oh, right.
And I believe that was Amy Devan riding it. 1324. This is Hannah Turnox. This is Hannah Turnox, Menai George, fabulous stallion, 7-year-old, bred by the Menai stud by Peter Jones and his family down towards Carmarthen Way, who have had the most wonderful success here over the years. I believe Hannah has recently just purchased this horse as well, which is wonderful for her. She's home produced, lovely, lovely girl. She's got a little boy as well, and she does this all on her own. He's a stallion, fabulous sort. So, a very, very nice pony. So hopefully he'll give her a nice ride now. I find him very similar to Maggie's not here now, but her old Section C, they made a surprise. Sorry, Maggie, I pronounced it, or Jimmy as we know him, who was, believe the only Section C to be champion at Horse of the Year show, and he still holds that title. But and it's difficult in these classes now with the Section C's, Robert. We've got mares, stallions and geldings all together. So a stallion does always maybe give a little bit different ride to a mare. So you've got to consider that temperament as well. Hopefully there'll be. But I think this is Menai George's first time here, so it'll be interesting now for him. So he might be a little bit green. But be nice to see a few of these ridden now to see what show Lisa's been doing. So.
And the thing is, she's riding them all in the same way. She's not overdoing anything, and it just shows really, those that are sensible and well schooled, or if they're novice,
Yeah,
you know, that's
absolutely.
showing in the way they're going.
Yeah, and I find difficult in this ring as well. You haven't got any set sides on our left-hand side. We've only got those cones dividing the section. So when you do change your rein, you've got a very big space there, whereas at the moment it's empty. So you do have to have a very, very well-schooled, balanced pony to have a ride judge jump straight on and do a perfect show.
Yeah.
So credit to the jockeys that have set them up well. And again, it's difficult. You can't. They're animals at the end of the day. We all have their good and their bad days. So it'll be interesting now to see the next one with Lisa. But the last one was Menai George.
We'll be broadcasting live here on Racehorse until 5 p.m. every day, so you won't miss a thing. It's not only an opportunity to see the very best of the
So next we've got 1342. That's Nicole Mussen's Core Stand Penelope. So a myth. Against, there's not many myths. I believe she recently qualified for Horse of the Year show.
Yes.
So very successful myth. I believe. So it'd be quite nice now to see how this goes for her.
Will Pritchard, and first of all, Emma Thomas. Emma, it's so good to be back.
Good, that was a nice transition into canter. Good, and a successful change of rein and onto the correct lead. Good, this has certainly been a very comfortable ride, and she must be very pleased with this.
I missed that, Robert. So we were just checking up. We've got a few judges changes. So how did that last one go, Robert?
Yeah, very nicely. Changed legs, changed the rein, and the transitions were good. Just lengthened its stride a little bit.
Excellent.
That was certainly one of the nicest
that
rides
we've seen so far. Yeah, we've missed a lot of them, unfortunately. So,
this one is Terry Klein's. This is something. This is a Menai as well.
Put a few shepherds off, hoping that the temperature will be very, very hot and put a lot of animals under stress. So, but I was very pleased to see on the way down through that the air system and whatever that was flowing throughout the shed was very, very cool. So I talked to a few shepherds on the way down, and they were very happy with the situation of the team.
I'll guess his name when I see Terry's number. I can't see it on the catalogue at the moment.
But as I stated before, then the young stock has come through, and a lot of the older stock, now 3 or 4 year old sheep, have never been seen before. So there's a lot of anticipation in the sheep shed.
Well, we'll look forward to that.
Sorry, we haven't quite got the coverage of the pony going at the moment, but you can see the next one is getting ready.
this morning,
to go out.
It's quite fresh, and as we can see, people have already arrived here.
Oh, Terry's smiling. So he must be happy with the ride.
Yeah, must be happy with the way it's going. So this is Lorraine Thomas's Menai the Victor. You were right there, Robert. It says it's a 2022, but I don't think that age would be quite right.
I think it's quite a young one.
Yeah, so they've got to be 4 anyway to be in the cast. But yeah, so this is Menai the Victor 1338. Lisa's given it a good pat after, so hopefully that's given her a good ride. But unfortunately, we can't see it at the moment.
There might be a chance of a few showers in the west, but the main news, of course, it's going to be blue skies and quite hot, so do take care if you're coming here to the showdown. If you're not visiting the showdown, well, I'll remind you once again that we're broadcasting live here on S4C until 5 o'clock, all the way through from Monday today to Thursday.
I think she must be coming towards the end now of the front line.
Yeah, she'll be getting a little bit more tired now,
Yes.
and a bit hotter. So,
She's having a little drink when she gets off each one.
1309, I believe, is the number of the one that's gone out now, which is Claire Pierce Morgan's. So Mr. S. Morgan and Miss C. Pierce Morgan, Blind Stella Ruby. So this will be a homebred one, 2013. So she will be a 9-year-old. And ridden by their daughter Ellie Pierce Morgan. So they're a local family from Carmarthenshire. Wonderful family. Do breed some fabulous ponies as well. So hopefully the pony's going well for them. And from the distance it looked like it had a nice canter transition. But unfortunately we've got the lineup instead. So see it in the background. So you can see that the ones at the front are ready to be stripped. I'd assumed that they've been
going out.
whether they're being stripped already. I can't quite see if they have been, but I'd assume they haven't started yet because they haven't even put the saddles back on. So whether they're waiting for Lisa to finish.
The show officially later on this morning.
And all the ponies look fine in the heat at the moment. They're all happy stood, and again, thank you to the Royal Welsh team for keeping everybody safe and sound and providing everyone with water and water on the side of the rings for the horses.
Yes, and everybody seems to have water with them, and they're still, as you said, all wearing their jackets still.
I think we're quite used to the heat. There's the Royal International is normally at this fair in Hickstead, and obviously a little bit below London and closer to Brighton, so it is very, very hot there. So that show is next week, which is a wonderful show. Have you've judged there before,
yes.
Robert? I think I won under you
Yes,
there.
I
think I did. Did I win on Noel Victoria?
Yes.
That would be back in 2000, so 22 years ago that would have been. So making us both feel old, Robert.
Because my champion was Kingsford
Diana. So yes, I won with that one as well. So I won the 14-2 class and the 13-2 class. Very good day for me there.
Yes.
And I decided to pilot on Victoria. She was one of my favourites, and it was my final year on her, so I decided to pilot her. But I was champion and reserve that year, so it was a wonderful year for me. And I also ended up being champion hunter pony on a 14-hander called High Mead Interest Free. So I don't think many children have done that accolade, being champion hunter pony and champion and reserve show pony in the same year. So thank you for the Thomases years ago. I've had the most amazing ponies over the years to have ridden. I've been absolutely honoured and privileged and very, very lucky that they found me when I was 11 years old at local shows. So
and those were the
wonderful days. Yes,
absolutely.
Absolutely. The decline of the show pony is very sad. It's wonderful for the Welsh breeds. They've really, really come up. The classes are huge, and I think it's to do with the age. There's no age limit, which unfortunately with the show ponies, and it's very, very sad to see the decline. We used to have 30s and 40s in the show ponies, but now it's gone into the C's and D's, which is wonderful in the Welsh breeds.
Although I can remember judging at Midland counties and having the 12 to 13 to and 14 to over 40.
Yeah,
44s.
yeah, wonderful days.
And the lead train 65.
Wow.
And the first ridden 79.
Oh gosh, yes. And you would probably see that in the Welsh, in the M&Ms now. So it's funny how it's changed, but it's very sad to have the decline of the show ponies. But again, I've been very, very honoured to have ridden some of the best ponies in the country over the years. So thank you to the Thomas family for giving me that privilege.
This one looks to have given her a good ride.
It does, yeah. It's done everything she's asked for. Very mannerly.
Stronger type.
Yes, yeah, but
she certainly.
It's given her
a very comfortable looking ride.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And that's 1309 just coming out to do its hand. That's the Piers Morgan families with Blind Scylla Ruby. So nice to see a few mares. There's obviously a decline. Everyone does like a stallion in these classes. So
and yet why, I don't know, because when you're standing in the middle, I never ever think, is it
with
mare
or gelding? No, a good horse is a good horse.
Yes.
Doesn't matter it being a mare or. I was drawn top on a Section C mare here years ago. It was. From the Nebo stud, but from their family, sorry, I can't think of her name. Tingundon, that's it, Tingundon Moon Lady. So I was drawn top on her. It was her first season, and it was that terrible muddy year.
Yes.
So unfortunately she died a little bit when the ride judge got on. And I believe that year Terry Kleins came up on his lovely Black Sea back in, he came up to win that day. But that was a wonderful honour, and a lovely, lovely family, the Nebo family. And I know unfortunately they lost their granddad this year, Geraint, wonderful man, and very, very sad loss this year. So our condolences to the Nebo, their family. So I know they'll be very sad this year not having him around. So in the background now we can see Lisa's having a nice ride again.
Yes.
And then we've got Terry Kleins again here with the Menai pony. So this section now is marked out a 50. So what would you be looking on a nice Section C then, Robert?
They always say, you shouldn't be looking for a miniature cob. It should be a different type, more of a riding type. But again, it should have feather. It should have plenty of limb.
Yep.
Often when you get up to these ponies, they haven't got as much limb as you'd like.
Yep.
Pony head. Really, the same, you're looking for the same basic conformation, the set of the head, the neck, the shoulder, the front leg, everything is
the same
similar.
on every pony. Absolutely. So, and what are your big no-nos in your confirmation section? What's your thoughts on a splint? Is that?
It doesn't.
It doesn't offend you as much as many. No, I agree. It's one of those things. If a pony's knocked itself or anything, but this is a lovely mare now. This is Nicole Musson's. It did go very, very well for her. So beautiful set on front again, and looks like she's got plenty of limb and nice clean limbs that we can see from there. So.
I've judged this a few times and had it up the line as a novice.
Yes.
I thought it had got a lot of promise, and it's a real pony.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And this is important. You see, she's just jogging away. So many people trot it because they think it's an in-hand class.
Too fast.
And too fast?
And what do you think of this new trend where they stop and salute halfway through? Is that...
Hate it.
Yes, me too. I'm glad we're the only one. I don't know where this has come from, Robert. It's
come
very
from,
new.
Well, it's come from the exhibitors.
Yeah, it's very new.
Yes.
I carry on and run back to the lineup, don't
Well,
you?
now I tend to tell them,
Keep running.
walk away, trot back, and go straight
Absolutely,
back
and
to
I
line.
think you'd like a nice side view of the
Yes.
ponies trotting as well. It's not just all about trotting away in front of you. So again, this is Menai George. He's got plenty of ponies.
Yes.
Beautiful, beautiful stallion. So Hannah does a fantastic job on him, and he looks very well and not too fat at all. And look at the presence on the front of him. He's a lovely sort.
I think the only thing people have to be careful with is when they put bandages, exercise bandages, they don't end up with this curly, wavy hair.
Yes, I know, it's a difficult...
It is. But it's not an attractive look when you're looking at the...
I've started using mud fever boots now,
Oh, right.
Robert. They're very good. They're like longer brushing boots, and if it's a muddy show,
Yeah.
it keeps the mud off them, and they're just easier to whip off.
All right.
So they're quite a good tip now for try and keep their legs clean, because it's all about keeping them clean.
Oh, yeah.
But it's difficult to with a stallion as well. They can always try and nip you, and but he's got beautiful movement, isn't he? He's a very attractive,
nice type.
very attractive sea. Very, very nice. So
But he'll be struggling, I would have said, on the ride
yes,
today.
yeah, I'm sure he'll
will.
have his day now, the older he gets. So
Oh, so this one, they're doing the confirmation from the bottom up then,
no, I
aren't they?
think they've started at the first. So I think they left the first. Lisa ride the first 10, and I think they've now started the confirmation.
Oh, I see.
So, oh yes, no, you're
Yes,
you're right, Robert.
yes.
You are right, Robert.
So
I
they've
do
gone
apologise.
Sort of 10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
Yeah,
is it?
you're right. So this is 1300. Rachel Cooper's Costa the Boss. This is a 5-year-old, so a youngster, produced by Amy Devine. And she always does a lovely job.
In these classes, I always think, there's nobody better when you're judging her. She comes out and always it's such a polished performance.
Oh, and the ponies look beautiful
Yes.
with her. They haven't got a hair out of place.
No.
She does a lovely job. And the year I judged here, Amy actually rode the one that won. I think
that
it
was
was
a
drawn.
Menai,
It was a
Menai
Menai.
Reagan, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right.
it.
That's right. And it wasn't drawn top, but it just gave me the most beautiful ride. She really, really does a fantastic job of schooling them. So, and when you watch hers going, they do go very, very well. So,
Yeah, and that pony wouldn't have been the best
type. No.
for the sea.
No,
but as a goer.
yeah, it was lovely to ride, and
Yeah.
that's 50% of your
Yes.
marks as well, isn't it? And
I think that one I'd had it at Northleach and I actually gave it 50.
Oh, did
One
you?
of the
'Cause
very few top marks I've ever
it
given.
was very correct, wasn't it? It was lovely to ride.
And somebody said to me, well, how could you have given it 50? I said, well, I couldn't think of anything she could have done better.
Yep. And that's where you need to use your marks. If you've done something well, then you're rewarded. So,
And I think that day ended up about 4th.
okay.
And
Yeah, because the confirmation wasn't
and the
quite
type,
right.
yeah.
Which is fair. Unfortunately, we can't quite see the ones being ridden. But, this is our top. It's the top pony now that was drawn top. So Katie Marriott.
Oh,
no,
no,
it's not.
no.
No, 1, 3, 2. I'll find out the number in a second. I believe this is a stallion again, Robert.
I mean, this
Looks
is
like nice
as a
limb.
type,
1, 3, 2, 6.
colour and markings. It's a popular debate.
Yeah.
A bit of a
This is Jodie Hayward's Lantai Supernova, 2013, so he'll be a 9-year-old, and ridden by Jodie Hayward herself. So this is out of Viking Rob Roy, so you can see that he does look like his dad. So yeah, nice sort that, Robert.
Yeah.
Yeah, very nice. I think he must have been drawn 5th. This must be the 4th pony out now.
This looks like it could be a mare.
Yeah, it looks like another mare. It's nice to see a few mares in here. Yeah, that last one definitely did look like his dad. Very successful Viking Rob Roy.
1, 3, 4, 3.
So this is Nicole Wayman, Pop Stars Rock Chick.
Right. There's another one that's qualified
another
for the
Pop Stars
Horse of
one,
the
yeah.
Year show.
7-year-old,
Yes.
and ridden by Nicole herself. And this is Popsters Tommy Cockles, which is Nicole Busson's stallion, who's very successful and won here himself. So yeah, the mare does look a little bit like her dad again. So it's nice to see all these old ridden ponies coming through and their sires.
Yes.
So.
And he's taking a good look at this one.
Yeah, he had a good look.
Yes. But it looks a quality type.
It does.
And again, look at it's got a wither, which isn't always a big feature in C's.
No.
And not carrying a lot of weight over its
No, I
shoulders.
was going to say she looks well with them. To be fair, everybody's done a wonderful job. They all look well and they look healthy.
Good short cannon bones.
And we can see we've got the small hunter. Are it small hunters, I believe, on the other side. We'll have a look now. Unfortunately, we've lost our Horse of the Year show qualifier, the Hunters, this year, which was a shame. It did bring a lot of the good horses down here, so hopefully we'll be popping over to see them in a minute. I think we've got the 3rd pony pulled out now to its confirmation. We'll have a look at the number as soon as we get a closer look.
Yeah, and I always think, when they're both finished and they add the marks up, I wonder whether they'll have a shock or whether they'll be what they expect.
I think with this section as well, whether they can move them around a little bit. But it's not a qualifier and it's not a sex section, so if their marks don't add up to what they want them to be, I think they can move them around a little bit. Right. I think so, but I'm not entirely sure. But I think they did go on the marks when we did it. But we've got a stallion here then, Robert.
Oh no, again, you see, this isn't carrying too much weight. We've got a good angle there. You can actually see their withers and their shoulders.
This is Yola Lloyd Hughes and Llun Masterclass, so a 12-year-old. So hopefully they should have given a nice ride being a 12-year-old. Had a little bit more. And this is out of Moorcraft the Master, so another very well-known section C. So and ridden by herself, Yola. Oh, and that's Mary Marshall, helping her in the middle. Wonderful lady. So spent lots of time with Mary over the years with her daughter Hilary. So I'm sure she'll be around doing the section Ds later. I know her and Hilary and Yola are very good friends. So all got to help each other. So now we've got the pony that's drawn second, which is the Ringside Pony.
This one, it just depends. I would have said when you see it, it looks like a young pony.
Yes.
Facebook, Twitter,
it just needs to drop a little bit at its middle, and it just depends how, what he thinks is important or not.
Absolutely, and I think it's important to ask the age of the horse as well, isn't it, Robert? And I always think it's important to be truthful. You find a lot of people don't, especially with older ones, and I don't see why. It's I showed my old horse Banjo, as you know, and I won here as an 18-year-old, and people were shocked when they knew what his age was. So I think it benefits you sometimes if they've got wonderful limb for their age. There's no reason.
I mean, I've had them in the past, where you've said how old, and they said 11, and then they take the saddle off, and you think,
it doesn't look good for 11.
No, and then I've marked it down, and then I've looked it up, and it was 17. And you think, why didn't you tell me it was 17?
Yeah, you would have been more forgiving. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. So that was Danielle Heathcote, ringside gamekeeper. So yes, it's a 5-year-old. It is ridden and produced by.
But it looks very
Hayley
well.
Reynolds.
Absolutely,
nice yeah, lovely sort, and again bred by the wonderful Ringside stud who do a fantastic job. And that's by Ringside Game Over, which is the D.
Yes.
The D stallion. So, who's a previous Hoyt winner.
Yeah.
Fabulous horse.
And that's again what's nice to see, is that they actually go on and produce stock that are winning.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got the top few here have all been bred by previous.
Yes, from
previous ridden section C's who have all had very successful showing, which is wonderful. And then we'll have the top pony out now, which is
I'm just doing some articles, writing some articles for Native Pony magazine.
Oh yes.
Maggie's sister
Bethan. Yes, I think
editor.
She's
and it's called Vintage Treasures, and it's either mares or stallions that were successful themselves and then have gone on to produce successful stock themselves.
Yeah.
So, and I found it interesting because I've had to contact people in Australia and all over the world to get information about them. But it's nice when, as you say, you look at the pedigrees and you think, oh well, yes, I remember that one's mother or father being successful as well.
And I think that's probably where the decline of the riding pony, because a lot of the very, very good ones did go to Australia.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
Which is wonderful for them, but very sadly lost it. But so now we're on to the small hunters. Sorry to cross over to the ring. So this is class 150.
So do we know who's judging these now?
I am not sure. I thought it was going to be Bridget Millington, but that's definitely not Bridget riding. So I'll have a look who's supposed to be judging. So I know we've had a few changes, so we'll have a find out now. So coming out now, I believe, is number 1481, Victoria Bertarelli, Mayday Rebel, owned by themselves as well. So looks so far to be giving the judge a nice ride. We're still unsure who's judging, I'm afraid. It's down as Mr. Alwyn Fradley, and our confirmation judge is Janetta Lafaux. But it does look very similar to Jodie Soul, who was supposed to be judging the racehorse classes, so we're not quite sure who it may be, but if we have any information we'll update you. But this looks like it's giving a nice comfortable ride to the ride judge and very mannerly, and yeah, it's just a shame that we've unfortunately lost the Horse of the Year show qualifiers here, which did bring a lot of the nice big names down here. I was fortunate to win this class a few years ago. I bought my old horse Banjo, who I retired at 7, and I was kindly gifted him when he was 14 or 15, when unfortunately his breeder Margot passed away, so I inherited him and I brought him here. I used to do side saddle, I mainly did on him, and I was 17, well, he was 18 I think when we did well here, and he was still a little bit sharp, so I thought I'd do the small hunters, a little practice the day before, and I was drawn second. The first horse was young. Banjo at 19 should go out and do a good show, and he did, and amazingly I went up to win, which was the biggest shock of my life. Never thought I'd be taking him back to Horse of the Year show after we retired him, but it probably was one of the best days. I loved it. So he's my horse of a lifetime, and the following day I went and won the side saddle in the main ring as well. So he's 24, living at home and living the best life. Oh, yeah. Yes, yes you did. Yes, you did. Yes, yeah, you did. About 20, yes, yeah. I retired him at 21. We went to Olympia, and we were reserve champion at Olympia, so we thought we'd finish that, and then luckily COVID hit. So, but no, he still looked well. I think he would probably do quite well in here still, but yeah, there was nothing else for him to do, and we were very choosy. At his age, you had to be very careful, so I only rode him, took him to about 3-4 shows a year. I was very choosy where I took him, and he's 24 going on 4 some days, but
even at that age, he was clean limbed.
Oh, he had the most amazing limbs. So yeah, sorry Robert, we can't hear you. We've been speaking on the wrong speaker. Technical fault there, but yeah, Banjo was a very clean limbed horse. So yeah,
and I think I probably judged him as a youngster.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. This is a lovely horse. This is Catherine Roberts' horse. So where are we now? Catherine, Carnsdale Huntsman.
This one's been successful for a few years, hasn't it?
He's done very well, and Catherine's done. Basil, he's known at home, and I think he's a very similar sort to my horse Banjo. Lovely sort, and yeah, Catherine does him at home herself. She's got 2 children now, and he is a 14-year-old, so he knows his job well, so he should give her a lovely drive. So and it looks like 1477, so that must be the horse that's drawn top, which is Mackenzie Jones, Ellistown Silver Crest, and that's a 6-year-old ridden by Carl Owen. And that's Janetta Lafaux. She is the editor of the Showing Journal magazine. So, yep, she's done a lovely job of keeping everyone up to date these days. And a very successful showing magazine. It's nice to see her out showing. So what do you look in a small hunter then, Robert?
Well, I mean, you're looking for something, again, with plenty of Llun, because they're only, they're 15-2 and under.
Yes.
So often they were bred really for people, heavier people, who didn't want anything quite so tall.
Yep. And shorter limbed like myself, Robert. The small hunter's plenty big enough for me. But
I think the thing is now with all the hunters, the small hunters and the weights, is that the breeding of them has changed.
Absolutely, you do get very different types. So we've got, I would say, probably an Irish draft mixed into that one. So your stronger type, and then you do have your very blood ones, your big moving ones. So it is very interesting to find what the judges like. Obviously, they've gone on type here. We can see that they've gone for the stronger type, but
years ago they tended to be thoroughbreds.
That's right.
In all the weights.
Yeah.
Whereas now, of course, they're not thoroughbred, they're warm blood, many of them.
Yeah, that's where we get your big movers from, and then you've got your draft mix. I think Banjo was a good mix. His father was bandmaster, a racehorse, and his mother was an Irish draft. So perfect for a
small hunter.
Small hunter, absolutely. So.
We'll rejoin.
So that's 1481. So that's the Bircherellis. Victoria Bircherelli again, who just had success in the last ROR class. This is Mayday Rebel, and this is a 9-year-old bred by Wayne Isaac and ridden by Victoria herself. So this looks like it's a lovely horse strip, doesn't it, Robert? It's got lovely presence.
Nice front.
Yeah, and it's you don't see many greys in the small hunters these days, and we've got a fair few in this class, so nice to see. Lots of cleaning.
and they're good because they're all standing them up well.
Yes.
A lot of people don't realise when you're judging the conformation
how important the stand-up is. And I think if you can hide your horse's bad faults. No horse is perfect, and you can certainly hide those faults if you know how to cleverly do it, don't you? And you know how to emphasise its good points. So, and it's got a lovely presence, this horse. I think it makes a big difference, a horse having its lovely presence.
I mean, if it's first ridden, I usually say to the leader, let's just sort the legs out, or move it back, or come forward.
That's it, and it's education as well, isn't it?
But when they get older and they're adults, I just think, you should know how to...
You should know better.
Yes.
This has got a lovely shoulder and front there, Robert. Lots of limb.
Yes, and I would have thought that would have a bit of Irish draft. It's quite cresty through its front.
Yes. Whereas you'd see a more blood sort now with this Carnsdale horse, so Carnsdale Huntsman.
Looks as if they may be having a little bit of a
conversation.
Conflab, yes.
Yeah, I think sometimes it's good to have a conversation halfway through or midway through, especially with these bigger classes, because if you're not doing a mark system, which they don't often do with the hunters, you do forget. So I do take notes myself, so it's hard to remember, but I
would have said she's not happy about the way something's
moving.
Right,
yeah.
She's asking perhaps how did it feel when you rode it?
Maybe, yeah. They do the best shod horse in all of these sections as well. I'm not sure if it's overall best shod horse of the whole hunter section, but I know they did that, and I was actually parked next to the judge this morning when I drove up, so they tend to be farriers, so he was very much looking forward to doing this, but I know he'll probably get covered in hoof oil and oil and black makeup, unfortunately, this morning, so I hope he's got some black trousers. Sorry again, we'll catch up on the numbers as soon as we see the jockeys, but with the ride judge, unfortunately, we don't know which one is which. But,
and I can't make out with the section C's where they've got to. It looks as if
they're standing up ready, isn't it?
I don't. As if they may finish riding.
I don't think they've pulled anyone forward yet. We'd certainly hear the cheering, but we will come to those as soon as we change the screen now. So we've got Carnsdale Huntsman now just going out doing his trot up, so he should do a lovely confirmation. He's a beautiful horse stripped, so a bit more your thoroughbred quality type than the first two.
Thank you very much, Rachel.
And Catherine's had a lot of success with him over the years. A wonderful horse that does a bit of everything at home, so and that's the important thing.
Oh, and I think that's where people now, perhaps with rising fuel costs and things, need to enjoy the shows that are closer to them.
Absolutely, and I think supporting your local shows is really important. And as I said with Banjo, I only chose 3, 4, 5 shows a year, and one of them was my village show, which I hack to every year. And sometimes I'd get some funny faces. It's normally the weekend after Royal Welsh, and if I had good success here, I'd still go there. But you've got to support them, and that's where the youngsters learn as well. I think, you've got to have somebody to look up to. You've got to support them, and that's where your horse's education comes from as well. We often take all of our young horses to all of these local shows, so it's very important, not just to chase qualifiers. But so we're back to the ridden section C's, or Welsh Pony of Cob type, class 136. So they've been ridden by Lisa Barsu-Mallon, who has done a wonderful job, so credit to her. And they've all had their confirmation section now from Mr. Richard Morgan of the Ormond Stud, who I think will probably have had a wonderful selection of horses or ponies under him today. So
maybe we've got some equal
marks
now.
Yeah, and I know they'll add up the confirmation here now and double check everything and see what's brought forward. So sorry if it's a little bit of a wait, but it's important to get these mark systems right, isn't it, Robert?
Oh, absolutely.
I know, unfortunately, this week I've heard a lovely girl in Wales unfortunately qualified for Horse of the Year show last week and found out her mark systems were not correct, so she lost her ticket this week. So, but I think she's been very grown up about it, and I think that's the way you have to be. Mistakes are taken, and credit to her, she's held her head high and she's going to the next show, so I'm sure she'll qualify, and I hope she goes out and wins at Horse of the Year show for being so grown up. I wish everybody was like that at the moment. It seems to be very
very
sour grapes
negative,
and sour negative since coming back from COVID, so good luck to her this week.
Yes, and it's funny really, because sometimes the steward, sometimes you get a steward who will not want you to check the marks, but as the judge, there's an obligation really that you just check
double
them.
Check, yeah, absolutely. And I think going from one mark system to the other, you've got your confirmation in your ride, so you're swapping marks from one to the other. So mistakes are made, so it's very, very important as the judge, you are the overall checker to make sure that and I think if you see something's not right when they're pulling them forward, you need to say straight away, don't you?
Oh, and that sometimes happens.
Yeah.
That you think, where's
that's
that
not
pony?
My winner. Yeah, where is my winner?
And then when you check them, it'll just usually be 10 marks out.
Something
but they're just
not quite added right. But it's not looking too hot out there at the moment. All ponies look happy and comfortable, and all the jockeys do as well. So it's all running very smoothly so far. And a wonderful selection of Section C's. Very, very lucky.
But we seem to have got into it. It's the same as with the weather, there have been some really funny comments made.
Negative posts, and absolutely.
Everything seems to draw from not just competitors, anybody really.
Yeah.
I don't know the quality of the judging, the quality of the stewarding, the quality of the rings. I don't know. Nothing seems to please everybody anymore.
No. And I think that's part of social media, unfortunately, the bad part of it. So hopefully we'll have a few more positive comments after today. I think everything's gone well. Rings look fabulous.
so there we are. There's the current top of the line.
So hopefully they'll come to their conclusion shortly. It looks like they're still conferring or adding up marks. Big decisions. It's a big class to win, so it's very important they get the right one. So
I don't know, do they publish these marks?
I can't quite remember if we do or not. That's why I think it's. I'm not entirely sure because it's not written in the schedule. No. So I don't think.
Oh yes, it looks as if a decision is imminent.
Wonderful. I hope both judges have had a lovely day.
And what you always hope is that they're both pleased with the results.
That's right, yeah.
You can have that where
you're not happy.
No,
absolutely.
And you just think, oh, I shouldn't have given that so much, or I should have given it less, or...
But they seem to be walking together, both happy,
yes.
So hopefully, so here we go. So I'll get the numbers out as soon as I can see them. So, if they're doing it in first or reverse order, I'm not entirely sure. So something has come out of the back line. I believe our winner has come from the back line. Drawn about 12th or 14th.
Ending in 3-7.
So I believe this is Huey the Enforcer, 1337, I believe it is. So this is Lily Burridge, this is another out of Moorcraft the Master, and ridden by Lily herself, so congratulations to her. So fair play they really have changed the lineup a lot, so congratulations to them.
And this pony is a little bit of it's been out for several years.
It has.
And it isn't always the best behaved, so today must be a good day.
It's a good day for him,
yes.
Wonderful. Oh, well done to all its connections. So must have given a lovely ride, and nice to see they probably have used their mark system well there, Robert. So
I think Tanya Shields.
Oh
rode
yes,
in before,
he's
didn't
right.
She?
Yes,
before
yes,
COVID,
lovely
I think.
sort.
Yes.
Yeah, proper C type. So yeah, lovely pony.
And then he was up in Lancashire, I think, for a couple of years.
Right. Okay. Yep. So yeah, he's a 10-year-old now anyway.
Yes.
So and a stallion as well. So yeah, congratulations to all their connections. I'm sure she was probably very shocked coming back from the back lineup. You don't expect to.
No, but that's why it's
so
fair in a way.
Absolutely, and that's why I think this ride makes all the difference.
Yeah.
Maybe not what you see might not feel as good as it looks. So and we'll have a look what was second. So see Terry Kleins came up third. That did look like it did go very well for her. Nice thought. So he'd be happy with that. So I think he was drawn about 7th or 8th, wasn't he? And the top two look very similar sorts, don't they, as well? I believe that looks like Menai George in 4th, with Hannah Turnock. She'll be delighted.
That's the second one. We're not sure the second,
we'll
are we?
find that one though.
And actually, this is the sort of result that the audience like.
Oh,
because
that's a shock result.
Yes.
Yeah.
The
and I know the first few would be very disappointed.
Yeah. But you know, the first one didn't go. I'd have been disappointed had the first one.
And it's hard as a judge when the one you like the best, unfortunately, just doesn't perform on the day. But Huey the Enforcer there, looking very happy with himself, and Lily looking absolutely delighted. So congratulations to all their connections. not sure if that's the Pierce Morgans maybe in second.
It hasn't got a stallion badge on, so it could be a mare.
I think it's the mare.
It is, I think, yes.
I think it's Blind Seller Ruby.
Yeah, I think we thought that had gone
Yes,
nicely
we did,
for her.
yeah, and we saw that stripped as well. It did a good confirmation.
Well, here we are, lap of honour time.
So the winner now, 1-3-3-7, Huey the Enforcer and Lily Burridge, so congratulations. I'm sure she'll do a good gallop along the front now.
I think he was up for... Perhaps they bought him, because I've got a feeling he was at the sales
He was,
last
yeah, I'm not
autumn.
sure if he sold or not.
He didn't
I
sell at the
wasn't
sales,
sure,
no.
So, all-important gallop in front of the ground. And let's hope she has some nice photos to treasure at home from
I'm sure
that.
she
So,
will.
well done to everyone. And I believe the second could be 1309, Pierce Morgan family from Carmarthenshire with Blind Seller Ruby. So apologies if it's not. So, I think he's ready to leave the ring.
One of the most popular locations at the show, but of course, is the Hall. And
Hopefully we'll come back to the small hunters now. There were 15 pre-entries here. Still got a couple more to ride, I believe.
Well, the ride judge will have been very pleased to have that
Yes, not too
going
many.
on next door.
Yes, I know, and unfortunately now we're going to have the Welsh cobs trotting next to them. So on the other side of the main ring at the moment we've got the small hunters class 150 just in the ring, and on the other side we've got class 141, which is the Welsh cob gelding class, which has got 43 pre-entered, so I think they've got a busy time there again, Robert. Small hunters, we've got Miss Janetta Lafore judging the confirmation section, and we have got Mr. Alwyn Fradley down as our judge, but could be Jodie Selwyn, not entirely sure, so sorry about that. But, and as you can see, this rider here has had taken her jacket off. Due to the hot weather, people have had the option not to wear jackets, so health and safety has been the forefront of the show, so credit to them for doing that. So all horses and riders are all cared for as much as we can in this heat. So there we go, so we've got 1476 just going out to to his ride with the ride judge. That is Jane Headland Robin, and it's pole position, a 15-year-old ridden by Robin Headland herself, so just coming out. Looks a little bit unsettled there, Robert, doesn't it? So unfortunately, due to all the clapping with the section C's next door, it does really take a good horse to do that. And I think that was where I was lucky with Banjo. I think a helicopter could land in the ring next door and he wouldn't be phased. So the temperament is everything, and this is a very, very busy show for these horses. So it looks to be settling now. It's going forward a bit more.
Was this one a mare?
This is a... doesn't tell me, unfortunately, Robert.
It just looks... It looks very well.
Yeah.
And it may be that it's had foals or...
Maybe, yes.
The Welsh whisky is the only Welsh whisky that's produced in Wales.
And it's very difficult on the camera now. You can't really see it, but as they're trotting towards here, they're trotting straight towards the grandstand.
Yes.
So it's quite eerie. You do have people with flapping seats back and forth and clapping, obviously, with the cobs, but it does look like it's settled now. Its head's come down a little bit now, so it does look like a mare to me, Robert, I think. You can see all the grooms going over now with their buckets of water. It's the difficulty here. There's not very many places for to stand around the ring because it's very busy. You obviously have to have passes to go in certain sections, so it's quite a difficult show to stand around as a groom. So to watch your pony, you want to watch as well. So it's a long, as you can see, it's a long walk round to that grass bank. We're just situated just above that grass bank. But to go from the collecting ring is a long way around. It's probably a 10-minute walk, which is just over a fence. But
of course, we're broadcasting live on S4C from 9 in the morning. Right, let's go straight back to the main ring and rejoin Rachel.
okay, so hopefully they'll be coming to conclusion. Everyone's jumped back on, so both judges hopefully conferring now. They don't do a mark system in these hunter classes.
No,
so
well, there was a lot of discussion as the class has gone
so
on. So
it'll be interesting, and looks like now we're having a big chat, so interesting. Might be a bit of a change up on this lineup maybe, but we'll see. Might be a long discussion, this, Robert, by the looks of it.
I suppose the thing is, if they rode very differently,
absolutely.
He doesn't feel, well, I don't want to give in on that.
No. And they're sticklers for confirmation in these hunter classes, aren't they? So it is interesting. Let's hope they can get going before these cobs start cantering and galloping around. So here we go. So we're going to do our final walk round again. Lucky to be able to see this now, Robert. Hopefully they'll come to their decision. So currently we've got 1477. This is Ellistown Silver Crest drawn in top with Carl Owen, and second we got Victoria Bircherelli. with Mayday Rebel. 1469, we've got Catherine Roberts with Carnsdale Huntsman. And then, I didn't notice, we've got 1241, which is Tori Thomas with a previous Supreme Champion here. So,
right.
yeah, he's a wonderful, wonderful pony. So I'll just see now what's drawn top. Looks like Carl Owen's stayed in top, and it looks like Catherine's come into second now, doesn't it? So, not quite confirmed yet, but I think our winner is...
there's the Carnsdale horse come up to second.
Looks like, yes, and the Bircherelli horse gone down to third.
Oh, and then the Thomases has come to fourth.
And Penstrembley O'Latif come to fourth. So... not quite confirmed yet, but I think our winner is 1477. So that's Mackenzie Jones's Ellistown Silvercrest. So congratulations to all of their connections, and ridden by Carl Owen.
Yeah, so that would be from North Wales.
North Wales, so another Welsh winner, which is wonderful to see. So that's a 6-year-old. And our second horse, I believe, is Catherine Roberts, is 1460 now, Carnsdale Huntsman. Yes, and our third place is Victoria Bircherelli on Mayday Rebel.
Oh well, that'll be a relief for them now. The rosettes are given out, just the lap of honour.
In second place, we got 1469, Robert Catherine. In third place, we got Steve Beckeroli. And in fourth place, Victoria Thomas on 1472. The number on the rider is 1241. And in fifth place is 1447.
So congratulations to Carl Owen and Ellistown Silvercrest, winner of the Small Hunter. And second is Catherine Roberts on Carnsdale Huntsman. And third, Victoria Bircherelli Mayday Rebel. And our previous Supreme Champion is Penstrembley O'Latif in fourth with Tori Thomas. So congratulations to everybody. Wonderful class to see.
Oh, well, that will have made the trip worthwhile, coming all the way from North Wales. And maybe that'll be Carl's day. Maybe he'll have finished, whether he's got a D, I'm not sure.
Yes, could
with
be.
Carl.
Yes, yeah, could have been. He had a nasty fall here a few years ago, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
So, off the Section D, so it's nice to see him back fit and healthy. And I think in the background now, here we go, we've got the Section Ds going. This is the Section D's geldings, class 141, 43 entries forward, and we have got Mr. H.L. Shaw from Stafford judging the confirmation, and our rye judge this time is Mr. Richard Telford, all the way from Scotland, so who just stood in previously to judge the Racehorse to Riding Horse, so now he's got a very busy day ahead of him.
Just going to correct you, it's not Scotland, it's from the borders,
oh,
so
sorry,
it's in Berwickshire.
Richard, in the middle.
You'll have the whole of the Scottish population.
My apologies.
Yes, but very close to the border.
There we go. I know he always comes a long way,
Yes.
whichever show he goes to, so he's very well used to travelling. So it looks like we've got a fair few forward in the class. As soon as we get a little bit closer, our eye on them, but so far so good. And we're welcoming back Maggie after she's been riding in a pony. So how is it feeling out there, Max? Is it hot?
It's not too bad, actually. There's a really pleasant breeze,
Nice.
and everyone seems okay out there.
Yeah, all ponies and handlers are all looking well. We've only seen one person without a jacket on, so yeah, it's not as bad as predicted so far. So far, so good.
And I think what will happen, it'll be 3 and 4 o'clock this afternoon, it'll be
When
at
the
its
heats,
worst.
yes, and all the classes are finished
Yes.
by then anyway, so hopefully they'll all be sleeping in their stable or back home by then. So closest to us we've got the, I believe it's the 4-year-old class coming in now with the hunters. So further side we've got the, yes, class 141 4-year-old hunters, which is nice to see. We've got 6 entered, so they're never the biggest of entries in the 4-year-olds. It's a very busy show for a 4-year-old, so you'd have to have a very good tempered 4-year-old.
Yeah, and I think
to
the
do
thing
it here.
is, often you can spoil them.
Absolutely,
So-
especially with 40 odd cobs
Yeah.
cantering next to you, you really do.
And they never forget a bad
No,
experience.
one bad time, it really, and that's where I think some ponies suit it and some don't, you know. You can take a 4-year-old ahoys and they're not phased at all, and others will, so
The confirmation judge in these D classes, I can't say that I'm familiar with him. Do you know who? Do you know him? It's this Les Shaw, and it's Dion Yeisted.
Yes, from Mid Wales
Or Stafford,
area.
Staffordshire.
I think
we've got a little bit of information on here. So it says that he started his career as an apprentice joiner. He married a farmer's daughter. So he's always working. His wife told him that he needed a hobby. He had an interest in ponies, and as a youngster he would always be called upon to ride and sort any difficult ponies in the village. That's where he's obviously found. His wife always wanted to start a Welsh cob stud, so they borrowed a book from Cheryl Firth and visited the Llun sales, and then started the, is it Dion Yeis? Stud in 1989, where they bought a yearling and several foals from the Llun sales in the so that's where their prefixes
right.
come from. He says he enjoys judging, and what he looks for is a good straight mover and well mannered, to be in control, good to type, good pony, to move from the shoulder with plenty of bone, and colour doesn't matter. So that's what he'll be going for today, so it'll be very interesting now. And these previous shows he's judged are Royal Cheshire, Flint and Denbigh, Scottish Wolf Ponying Club, and the Yorkshire Show, which was on last week. So I think he's got plenty of experience, which would be wonderful.
They always park next to us here.
Oh,
So although I've had several conversations with him, and obviously know that he's very knowledgeable and very he's up to date on everything, but haven't seen him judge before. So yeah, it's really interesting. It's really nice. Yeah.
Oh, wonderful.
He always takes a keen interest in what's going on.
Oh, I do recognise him.
Oh,
as
no,
well.
I do.
Yes, I do. Yes. Oh.
He brought
so he's-
something I judged at Newport show, must be last weekend, and had him champion C&D.
Oh.
And he came up and said to me, "Do you remember me?" And I said, "Yes." And it's one of those things where I thought, I don't know if I do, but actually now I've seen him, I do recognise him.
Oh.
And obviously Cheryl Frith will be judging here this week as well.
Yes,
so
the Section C is in hand.
that will be, I'm sure they'll be watching each other's judging.
Yes.
I believe they're walking around to start their galloping, I think, is it?
Yeah, and that's Tiranion Defender just in front of
right,
us,
yes.
walking along there. He's obviously a seasoned campaigner as well.
Maggie will be far more knowledgeable looking at them without Robert and I trying to find the numbers, so thank God she's back. She'll be far faster than we will, won't we? But now we've got the all-important gallop, and you'll hear plenty of the cheering. This is what it's all about for most of these jockeys.
And it's a shame in a way, because it's always on a bend, really, isn't it?
It is always a trade-off between making it a curve or risking slipping on the corner at the end.
That's it. And this is where your tactics come in, as well. Your ring craft, as they say. You don't want to bunch up in a crowd. No. You want to take your time. You don't want to overdo it, because you've got to have a ride judge ride your pony next, but then you don't want to underdo it. So it's a very fine line.
And quite often these ponies will only gallop in a go-round setting in a championship when they don't have to do anything else afterwards. So it's quite a different challenge for them.
Yeah, and with the cheering as well. It's It looks a lot shorter on there. The ring looks shorter than what it does in real life anyway. It is a good gallop along that front anyway.
The thing is that often what's not happening is that when you're galloping, you're looking for something that lowers and lengthens
rather than just a messy speed.
Yes.
Yeah. And as you can see, she is writing down some numbers for Richard. So he is jotting a few down, good and bad probably.
Yes, being the judge's steward is quite a high-pressure job.
Yeah, I was going to say, she's got to find those numbers at speed. So,
and there's also a difference in colloquial language. Like, I know stewarding the seas, we always have a different term for what you'd call a bay pony, and especially with the Welsh-speaking judges, they'll quite often have different terms for different colours, and you have to be on the ball.
Yeah, they're not all bay, they could be brown or... Yeah. So a little bit about Richard, who's judging the Section Ds. So his parents had cobs, while his grandmother's cousins trained racehorses. He started riding Section A, Golden Arrow, when he was 3 years old. He did all the pony club games, eventing, and then eventually showing under saddle and in hand. He was inspired by the world-renowned show jumper Caroline Bradley, who was a polished performer and rider. He trained by Andy Murphy, who was trained by the Spanish rider Arthur Cotas, who was brought up in the classical training. He's always worked with horses and is currently running his own producing yard, and does a lot of coaching as well. He does a lot of judging. He's judged in Australia, New Zealand. He's judged Horse of the Year show, Royal Windsor. He's on the Hat Show Hack and Cob panel, Racehorse to Riding Horse, and so he's a very renowned judge. Drawn top is Ringside Silver. Yes, it's Silver.
Yes.
Yep.
And Kate.
Kate riding, yeah. So she'll be delighted to be drawn top.
Yes, so it's always a nervous time being drawn top.
Really nervous. I know Kate will be nervous. And it's an honour to be drawn top. It might not always go right, but to be drawn top is just as special sometimes, isn't it? So. And in second
we have Duffling Boy Sir Picasso.
Oh yes, that's a big winner.
Another big winner.
Horse of the Year show winner.
Yeah, fabulous horse too. So it's very strong class, this gelding class now, isn't it? It's...
Would he have won this before? The second one?
I don't believe
Right.
so.
No, I don't think he has, has he? We could be wrong, but
Did she ride them?
we forget after not being here for a couple of years, isn't it? Who's on what? So they've been fairly quick in
Oh,
pulling.
I tell a lie, he did win in 2019 and
Oh.
stood
There we go.
reserve.
The last show we did. There we go. We do apologise.
So he'll be an experienced. This one
It will be a younger horse,
will be a
isn't
younger
it?
horse
Yeah,
and certainly less experienced.
It's only his second season, I believe,
Yeah.
isn't it? So
It's taken a long time to
get going.
get
so.
going. Brain and
Yeah, because he was previously a stallion,
Yeah.
and they have cut him, and I think it has helped. But he looks well in himself. Be interesting now. Richard is a very tall guy, so a lot of these ponies might not be used to these long legs. So it'll be interesting how much training and practicing they've been doing at home.
yeah, you see, she must be fairly confident in second because this is a horse that's already done it. It's been had a
Absolutely,
ride judge.
Yeah.
And it's all. I've never seen that put a foot wrong.
No, he goes
Anywhere,
beautifully.
yes.
He does. Beautifully schooled, so. They've been very quick in picking up their top few, haven't they?
Yes, they have.
It's quite nice to be very
I think Richard would be quite efficient.
efficient, yeah.
Yes.
He knows what he likes,
Yes.
and yeah. So unfortunately, we might lose a few here again.
That's 1370, looking very relaxed there. Being ridden today by Beth Simons, not by Ella Anon, as in the catalogue.
Oh.
1370.
Yes, it must be worrying because so often you sit there thinking, oh, I'm going to come out and do my show, which is bad enough. But I think this is worse in a way because you've no control. You know, once they're on board and they say goodbye to you, that's the end of
Good
your
luck.
part, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, you definitely have butterflies. I'd rather be doing it myself than watching someone else ride. And you'll quite often watch the jockeys pacing the floor while the ride judge is riding.
Yes, I know I was mortified one year when the steward had underestimated how many holes he needed to put my stirrups down for the ride judge. And so whilst the ride judge was putting her stirrups down, the pony decided to have a little graze.
Oh, so it looks like we've lost the back line there.
Yeah, there could be slightly more than 20, I would have said there.
And interestingly, they've kept them all in one line, which sometimes psychologically is quite nice for the jockey.
Yeah, you don't feel like you're in that awful back line. However, our C winner came from the back line earlier, so it doesn't matter where you are. It does not matter where you're placed.
He's getting on to the first one.
There you go.
And let's hope that we just
So this is
can see
ringside
this first
Laura.
ride, yes.
Let's hope so. Let's hope the camera stays where it is.
At least he's had a nice little warm-up in the Racehorse to Riding Horse.
Absolutely, yes. Well, it's we're coming to the conclusion, looks like, of the 4-year-olds. Have they ridden these yet? Or they must... So, in top is Amy Tuff from Mallard's Reach Equestrian. And we'll tell you
With good idea.
Good idea, yes. And Amy previously won and rode this one's mother. Beautiful lightweight hunter, which his...
I may be wrong there, actually, on which one she's riding.
No, this is the 4-year-old. Good idea, it's a small hunter.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah.
4-year-old? There we go. Yeah, previous winner on her mother. And he's a very well-known very well-known pony.
Once we've checked the numbers, we'll get the correct name for that one.
Well, it looks as if there just were 2 in that class then.
So it's number 1483, sorry to everyone, that was Amy Small Hunter we had the name for, but this is Devanti Boy. It's bred by Sean Kiff and Lucy Kiff down in Pembrokeshire. I know they'll be absolutely delighted. Amy was a previous winner on Vale Regal Dove, which was a lightweight hunter, a beautiful black hunter, who unfortunately had an accident in the field, so hence she's bred 3 or 4 beautiful hunters now. A riding horse, this will be the first hunter, and he's by the Irish draft Avanti Amorous.
Oh, that's right.
So this 4-year-old has just got the most incredible temperament, and he is owned by the Haymans down in Pembrokeshire. So they will be, I know they'll probably be at the side of the ring crying their eyes out at this moment with Sean and the Heyman family. So congratulations to Amy Tuff, the Heyman family and the Kiffs with the wonderful Devanti Boy. Very, very lovely 4-year-old, which has got a big future ahead of him, and I believe he was second at Royal Windsor as well. So he's only done a few shows. He's a lovely big mover and got a big future ahead of him, hopefully.
Yeah, Avanti Amorous Archie seems to be throwing lovely temperaments on the real good working horse.
I think that Irish draft temperament does come out in them, so it's a good mix, a very, very good mix. So he's a big tall boy as well, so got lots more growing to do. So back to the C's now, D, sorry, section D geldings, so we've missed a few.
It'll be interesting to see if he's looking for something completely different in these cobs compared to what he was looking for in the previous classes.
Yes, and he's getting through them. That would have been the second one. Oh, this is the third one he's ridden, so he's getting through them quite quickly, isn't he?
Yes.
And to those people watching who get frustrated because they swap from one side of the ring to the other, it's important to remember that the cameramen are trying to present us with as many winning combinations so that everybody, there are people who watch the hunter classes and are cross when they move to the Ds, and the same thing when the D fans when it moves over to the hunter, so you have to be patient. I think we're very lucky to have such good coverage of the show on all 4 days.
Absolutely. normally at a show it would all be set out quite structured, where the confirmation judge would be standing, and obviously the show wouldn't interfere at all. But it's another job for Richard to take note today of where the confirmation is going on and work his show around it.
Yes, and they're obviously behind doing the confirmation, so I can't make out now. They're sort of facing up the hill, aren't they? And are they walking and trotting along the line? Oh, yes.
That's number 1377 that we've got there. So that's Joanna Shield with Tunnabach Valley King. Joanna had obviously taken a little break herself from showing for a couple of years, and now has come back and has brought this cob on herself, and she seems to be really enjoying him, and he seems to be blossoming all the time. Breeders of Section A ponies normally, but they've ventured up to the cob.
They had a Kent Church cob years ago called Kent Church Damask that she was very successful, and then I think she gave up the ride and they sold the cobs and just stuck with the A's, and then she's decided now, after coming back, because they went to America briefly, decided she'd like to ride again.
Yes, decided they didn't want to trade in the Breckenshire Hills for America after all.
But this horse is a real baby, and he's taking a while to mature. But she's working hard with him. He's been to a couple of clinics that I've done, and he's very amenable. And she's gone home at the end of the clinic very red in the face.
Yes, this I believe.
Triple Crown, is it? Grand Slam.
Grand Slam, that's the one.
Bronna's Grand Slam.
Known at home as Alfie.
Yeah. Just a little bit keen, maybe.
So he's now getting on number 1357, which is J. Halliwell's Trefolis Versace, ridden by Cassie Regan.
I wonder sometimes with these cobs whether they're over trimmed or produced. You know, they're meant to be sort of mountain and moorland ponies, and sometimes the manes can be a little bit, for me, just a bit too short, or the tails look a bit too pulled.
Yes, mine does the bed here very, very well.
Oh, well, he's had a nice ride on this.
Yeah, it looks like it's given him a lovely responsive ride. And it looks like Richard is deciding not to push them on too much for a gallop himself.
Well, I suppose they've seen them gallop, really, haven't they? And, you know, with the weather as it is, maybe the decision has been made, you know, that I've seen them gallop. I just want to see have a nice sort of leisurely ride on them.
Yeah, and you can't blame them at all.
No.
So far, they all seem to look very happy
Yeah.
going with him.
And I've just been outside and the weather's okay. It's not boiling hot, so
Good.
so far so good. Richard looks like he's doing a lovely job on there.
Yes, and so far having a nice time.
Yes.
Good.
But you see, he's enjoying it, isn't he?
Yeah.
He actually doesn't look nervous at
No,
all,
he looks
does
like
he?
he's looking
Yes.
around and having a nice time, and that's what it should be about, isn't it? And he's got plenty of experience, hasn't he?
Oh,
so,
absolutely.
and that makes a big difference. And he's a lovely light jockey. I know he's tall, but it's how you ride, isn't it? It doesn't.
He's actually got a very strong class of geldings here.
He has. It's a lovely, lovely class.
It's nice to see the geldings rise into the top and come into their fore, really.
Yeah, we had that conversation earlier about the season. They don't all have to be stallions. It's not all about being a stallion. So it's nice to see very successful. And I think having a horse like Picasso that has done very well as a gelding does help that situation to prove that it's not all about.
But it is difficult to convince people that they don't need to be stallions.
Absolutely, there seems to be a bit of a bravado.
Because I think, whatever you think, that their life is different when they're entailed.
Absolutely.
Where they can't turn them out with other ponies. They live a far more isolated life in a way.
Yeah, they do.
And I think
Well,
it's
you've
a
had
shame.
that recently with one of yours, haven't you? A few years ago, you cut him, and now he's got a far better life.
Oh, far better life,
and
yeah.
happier, and not all of them suit it. But now we've come over to the. I'd say it's the lightweight. It says on the screens 4-year-olds, but I believe it's class 152. Oh, we're back to the cobs again. just we get going on the. Here we go. Back to the small hunters. So yeah, this is the. Sorry, not small hunters. This is the lightweight hunters, which is class 152. And we'll catch up on the names as soon as. But this looks like it's giving a lovely ride as well. And back to the D's. So then, Maggie, is this the one that you've just been working in outside?
That was, yes.
And how do you think of its performance? Did it look like it was going okay?
Well, he seems to be
going
giving a nice
okay.
performance.
You
Yes.
must have done a good job out there. Looks a lovely sort.
Yeah, in fairness, my job was very easy.
So tell us a little bit about him then.
So this is Eilegainol's Casgob Temeraire, who,
Piloted by your sister today.
yes,
Brilliant. She's only had to do half a job. Go around on the go round, and no, fair play. He's done you both credit today, so you must have both done a very good job of him. It looked like he gave a nice ride.
she was the one up early this morning riding him, so
Well done,
I only
Beth.
had to do walk.
Well done. Yes, Beth was previously competing in the ridden section C, so it's difficult when you've got a few, one after another, so it's always handy to have a sister like you, Mags, to help in hand. It's all a family job and working together, isn't it? And as all as friends, we all try and help each other too, so.
Absolutely.
Oh, this looks like got a fabulous walk there, Robert.
Yes. I'll hear it back again.
Back to these. We're crossing from one to
This
the
one
other.
looks a little bit smaller.
Yeah.
And the saddle, actually, must be a difficult one, because I just said this saddle is, Richard will be finding this saddle a bit small.
A bit small.
And I think sometimes where you have classes where you've got a ride judge, you've got to think about stirrup size and size of saddle, because to make it comfortable for them.
Again, yes, you've got to consider all of this as a ride judge. Yeah, too small.
Tiny saddle.
Yeah. So the hunter that we just saw was Redwood Surprise 11496, Karen Burrows, and I believe ridden by Sophie Curry. And I think this is where it's very good going to all these teachings and clinics and things like that. When I do a lot of teachings, when I first did, I ride a lot of the horses on my teachings, and it's always about your first impressions. I always say, like, as soon as you jump on, how do your reins feel, how do your stirrups feel, and how does your saddle feel? Because that is your first impressions as a judge. You want to feel safe and comfortable before you even start. So I think that's really important when you're considering having ride judges.
Yeah, I mean, that didn't look like a good or a comfortable ride at all.
So, this one coming back into the line now. Looked like it gave the judge a lovely ride. Looks a nice, beautiful quality horse, doesn't it?
It sounds like they've had a little bit of a jiggle around with the judges and the hunters as well,
We think so. We're trying to work it out, but we believe that's Jodie Searle riding.
Yes, I believe that was what the competitors were told anyway.
So I think he was down to originally do the RORs, but we've had a change of judge. I think again due to COVID, so whether Jodie stepped in to do the hunters and Richard stepped in to do the RORs. But I know Bridget Millington is down there as well, so she's doing something in between too.
Yes, the judges have to be on specific panels, and I think it was working out the most appropriate timings and who was on the most appropriate panels this morning to judge, which...
Oh, it's very difficult and stressful for the show to try and sort out something so late, so well done to them for sorting it.
Yes, I've always liked this little chap.
He's always a consistent little performer.
Yeah.
And he looks like he's giving a lovely ride, and Richard there just gave the rein, so you can always know when the rider is happy, when they're happy to give the rein.
And again, he's not very big at all, but no. Richard looks really comfortable
on him.
He
does, yeah. Back to the lightweight hunters now. Yeah, it does say on the top of your screen it should be class 152 on the flat for the lightweight hunters, and 141 for the section D.
He's had a lovely ride on that.
That did look lovely.
And you see the saddle there now.
Yeah, fits in well.
Saddle.
Yeah, fits in well. More comfortable for Richard.
And the jockey will be small, you see, it'll be Claire Fitch, won't it, riding?
It will, yeah. And she's obviously used to producing other
different
types of
horses.
horses.
Yeah, she does a lovely job.
Based in Gloucestershire, she does a variety from colours to Arabs.
Yeah, a lot of Arabs, doesn't she?
Yeah, she's very versatile. And she's only little as well, isn't she?
Yes.
So she suits all sorts. So hers always look and go beautifully, so she does a fantastic job. And only just across the border, really, not too far to come. Grandstand looks like it's filling up nicely, and it's nothing nicer than being back at the show after 2 years of missing out. It's a wonderful sight to see all those cobs in the main ring, just how it should have been.
It's a funny one, because the ones really at the bottom of the line, I wonder whether it's a disadvantage that they've been stripped, so that means they've had their saddle taken off and put back on, and then the next person on them is the ride judge.
Ride judge, yes, I do think that's always an unfair disadvantage. Yeah. I prefer as a judge and as a ride judge, I would ask them not to have their saddles off until... and I think as a competitor, when you've been there and done it, if you have a cold-backed horse, and especially if they're sweating in this weather, your numbness are quite sticky, and might be a bit cold, so it is difficult. So.
I know they used to do it all the time, that you could strip from the bottom, and then they stopped it because of that very reason, if you had a cold back horse.
Absolutely, it's health and safety
Yes.
again. We've got to go down those lines. So here we've got the lightweight side, so it's number 1496. This is Karen Burrows' Redwood Surprise, and with Sophie Curry. It's a shame not to see as many hunters now. It's not a qualifier, but hopefully we'll have it back in a few years' time. But we've still got some beautiful horses here.
Yeah, and this lightweight class, there seems to be more in this one, doesn't there?
Yeah, very, very nice few horses. So,
and also perhaps it's made it a more of an open competition.
maybe.
Because as soon as you start bringing in a lot of professionals, the ordinary competitor feels...
Yeah. The lucky side was one that did clash with the Royal International.
Yeah.
A lot of them did go to there, so it did give us that little bit of extra hope. And I think you've got to have a special hunter to go in this ring.
Yes. It's got to be sensible.
Very sensible. Yeah. Those cobs galloping next to you, it's a big ask. I did win this class here in 2019.
Did you?
Yeah, I had a lovely lightweight hunter. He's having a year off this year. We're going to concentrate doing side saddle on him next year. But he could be a little bit hot-headed, but we managed to keep it all together, and he did win a lovely class here. So, yeah, I've been very lucky to win here in this class. Anna Gray as well, so slightly different to all the bays. Currently got 1493. This is Katie Stanyland's Lay Flash Dance, a 6-year-old, and ridden by Katie herself.
You see, she's doing the trot up and then the
Stop.
bow.
Yes. Were you here, Maggie, when we chatted?
Yeah.
What's your opinion? Do you prefer trotting all the way back, or do you do this new trend of stopping?
And bowing.
It depends, really. I think it would be really nice as a competitor, actually, to know exactly what judges want. I know there's definitely a mixture as to what judges want to see, and it makes it really awkward.
Yeah, it does, because you don't know whether to stop or not now, do you?
No, and it's not even a liking and a disliking by some judges. It can be a pet hate, and that can cost you a couple of marks when you think, well, the last judge liked it.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
it's difficult.
I think I've always say in workers, don't say, you can walk away and trot straight out.
Yes, it's definitely a lot more clear with the
Yes.
working hunters. You walk away and trot straight out, and you know where you are.
So in front of us, confirmation with Janetta Lafore. We've got 1491, which is Kay Lewis's Straddy Hannah. Now this is an old mare that's come back. Straddy Hannah. She is 2007, so that would make her 15 years old.
Here we are. Sorry, Gemma, to interrupt, but here we've got the blacksmith checking the feed.
Oh, there we go. Yes, we
Yes.
did say we had the
Next to you.
blacksmith that I parked next to me, and he has got his black trousers on.
Yes.
So yeah, looking at the best shod horse. So yeah, that's Straddy Hannah.
We'll head straight for the cattle ring.
Yes, and perhaps, they've just decided now it's worth making a comeback to the Royal Welsh now that the likes of Robert Walker and everybody else isn't here. Maybe.
I think it's been a busy few weeks showing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Last week you had Great Yorkshire, Royal Welsh this week, and then Royal International next week. So it is a lot of travelling, and with the cost of fuel these days, you do have to pick and choose. So that's unfortunately where these non-qualifiers do get hit.
Company is not judged at all. Just how that will be.
And then, of course, we have all the people around the edge who are judging it as well.
Absolutely, and it's very different in the middle. You probably find that, don't you? So, yes, I think if most of them stood in the middle and tried to do it themselves, you're only going to please one person at the end of the day, aren't you? That winner.
And often when you're on the outside, people are quite good at covering up things that they're doing in their riding. I don't know whether they're holding their outside hand very wide to try and get the head out.
That's all about ringcraft as well, isn't it? That's all part of it. Trying to hide all your bad bits and show your best bits, and
that's where I think the stewarding gives a really interesting insight. I think I would encourage anyone who has any interest to go and steward for, whether it's at your local show or whether it's at a big county show or here at the Royal Welsh. It gives a real interesting insight, and you learn so much as to what the judge might see, what the competitors are able to hide from the outside, or actually it's just a really good opportunity to see a lot of horses close up and get an expert opinion as well.
Absolutely.
After the class.
And how much work these volunteers that we have to remember, they're volunteers. Even these judges are volunteers come and judge. I know judges get expenses, but it probably, as you probably find, Robert, we live in the middle of Pembrokeshire. I quite often have a cap on how much mileage I get back, so if I do judge, it always costs me. So that's the thing. When you have a day off work, you have childcare. So these people are all volunteers.
Petrol, you've got to eat.
Absolutely, and stay, and it's a hard day's work. So credit to everybody, and thank you to all the stewards and volunteers and everyone that puts all these shows together. It's a lot of work, and Maggie and I have learnt that the hard way this last couple of years. We've stepped up to help Pembrokeshire County Show. Unfortunately, with COVID, it's had a bit of a tough time, so it's all run by volunteers now, and Maggie and I are head of the equine department, so we're learning the hard way, Robert. We've realised how much we need these. Yes, and we've got Robert coming to judge, thankfully, so we've realised how much we need these helpers and volunteers and stewards, so credit to them of what a wonderful job they're doing. He's having a good thorough look.
Very thorough.
Very. And they look at all 4 feet as well. I never won this class with Banjo, because that was probably his biggest weakness. He had horrible, he's got quite flat feet. Yeah, very low soles, very low throat. So winning the best shod was never our... we shod to suit him right, and that's fine. We never would win that class. Even though our farrier did a fantastic job, but it's to suit the horses, isn't it?
And what's nice is for the farriers is that they're recognised.
Yeah,
for
and
the
some
work
of them do it specifically for this. So if they know that they're coming to the Royal Welsh, some farriers will, and a lot of them have their initials on it, and they do it and usually the ones that put in the effort do win.
Yes.
So I think they do win a nice trophy as well.
Yeah.
So
I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, it's quite a big thing winning the best shod here. So well done to whoever does it.
Started as a family business, initially just with Llun, but by now, when she had the daughter, is also part of that category.
Might only be 4 in this class, but they're 4 very strong.
Very nice animals.
horse. Yeah, very, very nice.
And the reason behind the Gwella is the name.
So hopefully coming to the conclusion of this class, which is 152, the lightweight hunter.
And it is a lovely ring to ride on. Today, you know, there's so many shows that are on a surface, and it's nice to go out on grass, really.
Absolutely. There's nothing nicer than this ring, I don't think.
And lovely to see a good grass coverage
Yes,
to push in the horse's feet a little bit.
Yeah, they always maintain it beautifully here. But there's only a few rings that you enjoy riding, and this is definitely one of them. I find the Royal International Horse Show, the main ring at Hicksford, if you're ever lucky to ride in that ring, that's just amazing. Great Yorkshire's another beautiful show to ride.
Lincoln, that's a nice
yes, lovely show there. Beautiful rings there as well.
The hedges give it a little bit of prestige.
It does, yeah, absolutely. And obviously Royal Windsor.
Yes.
I don't find the rings as... The grass ring is not as nice, and obviously you've got your sand rings there, haven't you, which is nice, but...
It's not like it used to be.
No, it's not like it used to be. But it's still a wonderful, prestigious show to ride at.
The photographer looking very suitably dressed there today.
Yeah, and I think
Covering up.
we have got Zara Owen here drawn top. If it's the correct one, it should be 1497, which is R. Hamer's Snakes and Ladders, so a 12-year-old. I believe that's...
Yeah, you see, she's a consistent exhibitor at this show.
Absolutely,
she always supports
yeah,
it.
she does. Another...
Yes, and a consistent winner. She always has a good show.
She does, and she does a lovely job of them, and always well produced with her. Oh, and it looks like they're staying as they are, so... If I am correct, we have got 1497, which is R. Hamer's Snakes and Ladders, ridden by Zara Owen, so congratulations to all their connections. Second, we had Sophie Curry, a new up-and-coming producer, based now in Cowbridge, so she's done a wonderful job, from lead reins to hunters and colours and M&Ms.
Yes, you see, and now she's asked, I'm judging the show Hunter Ponies tomorrow here, and she's doing her probationary judging, so
is
she's
she?
yeah, so
fair play to
she'll
her. Well done,
soon
Sophie.
change roles, and she'll be in the ring as a
well done.
judge. But unfortunately, she can't do it here. They don't allow probationers at the show.
Oh, that's a shame. That's a shame. So Sophie is riding Karen Burrows' Redwood Surprise. So congratulations to all their connections. Third, I didn't quite grab their number. And fourth was...
It's great to see the societies encouraging young judges a lot more at the moment.
It is, because it's surprising how short of judges we are, because I had somebody, a secretary of the show, near me, ring up yesterday to say they'd lost one of their judges, and when I actually looked through the book to suggest somebody, it was really difficult.
Not many at all.
I was looking through the British Show Pony Society one, and apart from Lancashire, where there seem to be lots of judges, but other counties, very few judges.
Yeah, we've been struggling in Pembrokeshire. Obviously, we're the furthest away, and we have trying to keep costs down. You don't want to go from miles and miles away, and some of our closest are Lancashire, so it is very, very difficult. So congratulations then to Zara Owen, our winner, Sophie Curry in second, and very worthy winner there. So Snakes and Ladders, owned by R. Hamer, and second is Karen Burrows with Redwood Surprise.
again, these horses look fit and well and able to cope with the heat.
Absolutely. I mean, really, we haven't seen many that have pulled up looking sweaty.
I think this debate of being too fat, I don't see a lot. There are the odd few.
It depends on the classes.
Yeah.
If you look at the traditional coloured ponies,
there's quite a few in those. But no, we've been lucky enough today. I think they've all looking well and healthy.
Look fit and well.
Yeah. So.
And they need to be to get round that big ring.
It is, that's it. And I think this timing it's difficult being a rider. You have a lot of horses, like Maggie and I, we have so far to travel. So when you do a lot of travelling, and if you're trying to do a few qualifiers and you're not lucky enough to qualify your first, you've got to try and have that certain amount of weight on your pony at the beginning of the season to make sure that they look okay by the end. Some travel perfectly and some lose it overnight. And then you're in that battle of feeding them too hard feed. So then it swings and roundabouts, isn't it? It's very difficult to get that happy medium, but...
I think the thing is that sometimes something will come under you and it is, you think, oh, I haven't got a wither. It's just like a barrel. And you just think to yourself, you know, if we encourage that, but if the judges consistently mark down things that are genuinely overweight, then maybe we'll see it.
Absolutely. And I think it's worse in the pony section, where if something hasn't got quite enough limb or not quality enough to be a show pony, then they assume we'll put weight on it just to be a hunter pony. So and it shouldn't be like that. It should be about its limb. So it's about education, isn't it?
Richard looks like he's flying through these.
He is. Fair play. He's doing a wonderful job. So we're back down to class 141, which is the Welsh Cob section D geldings, ridden by Richard Telford, and confirmation judge was
Mr. Les Shaw.
And they've looked, haven't they, you know, a nice type, a consistent type.
Very strong class, lovely class.
And maybe that's the way we've gone, because I think a few years ago there was a tail end to the class and a mixture of types, and it seems to be a lot more consistent in this class.
Glad to see they've supplied him with some water there. Must be a thirsty job getting through all these. And this is the penultimate one by the looks of it.
What is that? Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a difference when the ones that they'd called in higher the line, when you saw them go out, the length of stride, the actual way of going. You know, this is a nice horse and it's going kindly for him, but it's a different type in the actual movement, freedom of movement.
And I think that's the great thing about this show, is everybody gets the chance to come here. I think when you have Horse of the Year show qualifiers, it's very different for your person that wants to go from local level to the next level. It's expensive, you have to get your affiliations, whereas I think this class gives everybody an equal chance. You can come from your local show and come here showing, and you can learn.
Yeah, and also a different rider will want a different thing from a horse every time out. So every year you may you may bring the same horse 4 years running and have completely different feedback from the judges.
Absolutely, and different results.
Yes.
So I think I know a few people unfortunately have to leave the ring as they only can ride 20, but just having that opportunity to ride around this special ring on a Welsh cob, I don't think there's anything better. And to have that photo or that gallop along the grandstand, it really is a dream come true for a lot of people. So. And I've noticed this time Richard's carrying a stick and Lisa didn't in the last class.
Oh, right.
So, yeah. I always carry a stick. I don't feel right without one, but... It is difficult for these horses now. They've been stood there for a little while and have done their confirmation, so...
Yeah, there must be quite a few of these that are around the 14.2 mark, doesn't there? You know, this doesn't look big. You know,
No.
he looks quite big on it.
Yeah, considering a cob can be any height, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's no height limit. They do stay to usually about 14.2, don't they? There's only the odd few that are a bit taller. There was the lovely Menai Cosmopolitan, wasn't it, that did very well here. And he was a beautiful gelding and very tall. And was it Richard that rode him? And he was very tall anyway, so you didn't realise how tall he was.
Oh, no, and because he was such a good type.
Yeah, fabulous.
You didn't lose that with the
no,
height,
he never looked leggy, and it was, a very, very sad day when they had the accident with him, so...
I think that is the difficulty when they start to get a bit tall, is that they can lose their pony type.
Yes.
And it's a difficult trade-off. Whereas you'll often see a slightly bigger type cob is doing the working hunters.
Yes. I bet Richard's hot now, coming to the end of this section. And another 2 classes to go. Don't envy him today.
So this looks like the last one now, doesn't it?
Yes, and usually the mares and the stallion classes are a little bit smaller, but this year they look just as strong as the geldings. It's great to see so many mares entered, actually, because...
39 entered in that class.
Statistically, the mares are a little bit low on numbers, but it's great to see so many entered. It's always difficult to know whether they just don't take to it as well, or whether the breeders are less willing to sell the fillies.
Yeah, that's quite often, isn't it?
I think a lot of exhibitors, you see, don't want mares. They think that they're temperamental, or they avoid them. I suppose we had show ponies and mares and things, and I can honestly say I never found it any different.
No,
I think they, if you find a good winning mare, she will give you everything.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's the same with either, isn't it? You can have good geldings and bad geldings, so finding that special one is the hardest thing.
Absolutely, we've always, when buying something, we've never gone with an absolute idea what you want in your head. It's what fits and what suits.
Absolutely. There we go. I think that's Richard's last one. I bet he's very happy to get to the end of that line.
Very smart looking groom there.
There's a few very smart looking grooms, I have to say. Everyone's made a lovely effort.
I don't know, comes the waiting.
I think how quick Richard's been at the last class. I think he...
I didn't notice what time he started that. I should have looked, really.
in the limousine section. Eight and heifer.
Can definitely start to see the hustle and bustle around the show increasing now.
Yes.
Hopefully not too many people will be put off by the forecast.
I know, I think a lot have, haven't they?
Yeah, so this is
Unfortunately.
very empty.
Yeah, it's not
The
as...
bank is...
I think the news has put a lot of people off, and a lot of people have been put off bringing their exhibitors, their horses and cattle and sheep.
On the plus side, trade stands always look a little bit forlorn by the Thursday, but I think this year they should be promised a good Thursday.
I think so.
Because
I think so.
everyone will be waiting for slightly cooler weather.
Definitely. And it's not looking as hot tomorrow either, so
Great news.
hopefully it'll be good for you judging tomorrow.
Yes, well, it's 8 o'clock in the morning.
Oh,
so
you'll be
should
fine.
at
You'll be
8.
fine.
Well, that looks very civilised.
Yeah, they look after the stewards well here, don't they, Mags?
Yes, we are lucky.
Maggie's stewarding tomorrow, is it?
Yes.
You're doing the section C's as per normal?
Yeah.
Something you enjoy.
Yeah, very much so.
And
Been
you do it
doing
with
it-
your mum and your sister.
Yeah, we've been doing it for well over 10 years now, so we've met a lot of judges and learnt a lot, and it's lovely to be in that ring and share the win have a little bit of the share of the win with the competitors.
Yeah, it's lovely.
We've got to know a lot of them by now, and it's great.
And I think having that consistency as well, I said earlier, you tend to find you have the same stewards every year here, and it's lovely to have the consistency and the friendly faces, and it's a big team effort. And our judge is looking very relaxed out there, isn't he?
He is.
I think he's having a wonderful day.
Well, at least he can relax now because there's nothing more he can do.
No, the marks are done,
Yes. Yeah, bay seems to be the popular colour in this class, doesn't it?
Competitors having a good chat there.
Yes. I remember once judging somewhere and the lineup was very close behind me. And in the end I had to say to them, you're going to have to stop talking because I can't concentrate on what I'm doing because it was so interesting, the conversation.
I know, I quite often get told off for talking too much in the lineup. It's the only time you get to catch up with your friends,
I can see that.
and I think it's part of it, isn't it?
At this particular time I just thought, every time I tried to concentrate on what I was looking at, I kept hearing this conversation and my mind thinking about what they were saying.
I did have one pony that if we were lined up too close to the judge, he would talk to the judge the entire time. He would chat away and whinny to the judge. So, yeah.
Faster than others, but
he's having a nice lolly as well.
Oh, wow, really?
Oh, no,
getting
it was a
spoiled.
drink. No,
Oh,
no.
a drink.
Not quite that spoiled.
Oh, at least you have a nice judge's lunch here tomorrow as well, Robert.
Oh, absolutely.
It's very nice. You do get spoilt here.
And they do usually have a fridge full of ice cream.
Yes, they
In
do.
the tower.
They do. They do. Are you judging in the horse ring?
Yes.
Or, yes. Oh, it's nice.
animals on display.
I think next door we've got the middleweight hunters going on there. There's 8 entered, which is class 153. So as soon as this is
Oh, they're
finished,
signing the
hopefully-
sheets.
Wonderful, nice and efficient. Rich has taken his riding hat off for a minute. Don't blame him. And he hasn't ridden with gloves as well. I think that makes a difference, not being so hot, doesn't it?
Definitely.
But you see, it'll be about 10 degrees warmer now than when Lisa started at 8.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Our first exhibit looking a little bit nervous there.
This is the worst bit, isn't it? But Kate's got butterflies in his stomach. Unfortunately, we haven't seen how they went, so it's going to be just as much a surprise to us all. So we'll see how much they change them around now. Good luck to them all.
A little bit weary of the judge.
Oh. Oh yes.
So it looks like
she will be absolutely.
Oh, congratulations to Kate Williams and Ringside Pony. I know she'll be absolutely delighted with this. So congratulations to the Ringside studs and Kate, Alex and Mum and Dad. They'll be delighted. Absolutely
delighted. Zorba's not been an easy journey, I don't think, for Kate.
She's worked really hard on him. So
I think he is the apple of her eye.
Absolutely. Oh, it's wonderful.
Oh, we've seen good England defender coming up there, so that's
thoroughly deserved as well. So and we got Picasso there. Was his full? Sorry, Meg.
Dyffryn Gwyser Picasso, and I know his breeder Gwyneth Griffiths will be delighted with that.
He's been a wonderful, consistent for pony over the last few years.
So you see, he's not reacting at all, is he? To the clapping and the cheering, he's just
well used to it.
Yes.
Trying to see who that is that's been coming through.
Yes, I think she's struggling at the moment to qualify for Horse of the Year show, isn't she?
Oh, she really is. She's had top confirmation at so many shows, and then she's had
got a
top
wrong leg or something,
and she's.
But they should make up for all of that.
Oh, this will be me more than homebred, daughter riding.
Yes. It really is
it's
better than.
Absolutely, yeah, wonderful. And yeah, she has had a bit of a journey with him, and especially to have a ride judge ride him as well.
Yes.
I know he's not been the easiest, so she will be so excited.
Look at him.
He knows he's done well, I think.
Yeah, he is a character. Good old Zorba. I hope he just stands now. And he's got a big Prophet's thumbprint on his chest, which we always say if they've got a Prophet's thumbprint, it's really lucky. Ponies that have got those, it's very lucky. But he looks beautiful, very happy with himself there, as does Picasso. And well done to Claire in third as well. They thoroughly deserved to come up. It looked like it gave her a lovely ride. So well done, Kate. You've got that very important red rosette.
He's shaking there. Hopefully we'll see the rest of the lineup in a second.
Hopefully.
And the all-important winner's photo.
Let's hope he stands. Come on, boy.
It's a big ask for them to come away from the others.
It does, and all the clapping and the cheering, so
yeah,
it is a lot. Beautiful smile leg.
Judge has decided that is the way to be, but another inspection.
Yeah, by a stallion called Trevelyan Troy. I don't know that one.
I would hazard to say that well, but the effort is second place. They look for the cap. There's no stipulation that they are in cap or not, but calming influence, I think, is that's what they call in the professional world. Or persuasion.
It's just the way they use them, the gym, to get the animal to move its feet.
That's quite right, yes.
But it looks like you made a decision.
It is then did more perfection that's come out on top. So we will see that again, obviously, in the
Laura's excellent.
Incredible to think that animal, I guess, wasn't born the last time he was a show.
That's right, as I alluded to earlier on, that a lot of animals are being exhibited here for the first time against one another, aren't they? So, anyway, hopefully we'll see her later on in the championship of the Limousine Cup. Anyway, return to the seat.
Yes, in fairness to the Royal Welsh, they also do quite a good job of celebrating the geldings in having lots of rosettes.
Cards.
Yeah.
Yes, but I think you guys have won this with Toby. Did you have
Yes.
won that a few years ago?
Yeah,
Yeah.
in 2013.
And he used to get very excited coming here, didn't he? It was his most, what was his show name? I can't remember. Turbo, as we call him at home. But his show name.
Powys Valley, Tobago.
There we go.
He was actually pulled top 5 times, but was always
A bit excited. Exuberant.
I don't think it ever does you well to be pulled top, because he was just a big mover, and although he never did anything wrong, I think the judges were always a little bit nervous.
Yeah, I said that to Robert on your first ride is always your most difficult, and I said sometimes it might be better to start from the other end, so by the time you get to your favourite ones, you're riding. Because you're nervous, they're nervous, and it is hard.
He did actually fall in the ring one year as well.
Oh.
But you see, he rode them really nice.
He did, and he did have the RORs to start off, so that probably, but yeah, he did a
If
lovely
this
job.
came out, it would have been just finished going round.
Absolutely,
The edge had been
so-
taken off.
Yep, so our winner here is Kate Williams and the Williams family from the Ringside stud with Ringside Zorbra. Congratulations to them all. We're absolutely delighted, and we know it will mean a lot. And have a few drinks and celebrate it tonight.
It's always a tricky one as the crowd, because you want to cheer, but it doesn't always do the horses any good.
It's very buzzy, and we can't see what the horses can see in this grandstand, but it is very busy, and he looks fabulous there with them, so congratulations.
Giving a
He
fist
is
pump
delighted.
there.
I think she's going to go for another lap, and I don't blame her.
And he's a real Welsh cob.
Absolutely,
Plenty
yeah.
of, he's got extravagant movement, hasn't he?
Very popular winner, I'd say.
Oh, well, yeah, because they've spent years really, and whereas lots of people might have given up and said, oh, I'm going to get rid of him, I've spent long enough, it's frustrating, but it just shows
Time and
time,
patience.
yes.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
And I think those are the horses that make you as a jockey as well.
Oh, absolutely, because you have to spend a lot of time making a bond with them and
Yep.
learning their... See, now she's dropped a rein and
He's happy, yeah.
They are predominantly clean wool, as you would say. The big one, that's a very, very...
So she'll be back into the championship in a little while.
The judge
I think her sister will be in the class next, will she? I believe she's got him. Is it Mares next?
Yes.
There we go. So.
I think he looks lovely.
Yeah.
Now, they've really
done a very good job on him.
Got the right amount of condition on him.
Looking well. Well done to them. So next we got the Mares, the class 144. And we have 39 catalogue entries, so we'll see how many come forward. Considering the weather warnings and all these doom and gloom on Facebook, I think a lot of people have come forward. So nice to see the rings back busy.
Looks like the middleweights are coming to a close,
so
hopefully we'll get back and see the result there.
Yeah, that's class 153, the middleweight hunters with 8 pre-entries.
So it looks like they're just adding up the marks, yeah?
Oh, no marks in this one. No marks in the hunters. So, final walk round. As we were saying before, it's nice to see they can have a final walk round, which doesn't happen very often there.
No, that is nice.
Yeah. So we got 5 forward out of the 8 catalogue entries, so only missing 3.
And you can't have any calculator errors.
No, you can't. This is where you've got to have a good memory. So we've got Jodie Soul here, change of judge, and Janetta Lafort. Looks like we have the top horse that says stay top. And the third horse has come up to second. As soon as we can get some information on there, we will. Oh, I know the horse that's in second. Amy will be delighted. So I've got a little bit of information. So this is Greenhall Commander, or is known as Barry. He's only a 5-year-old. He was bought from Robert Walker, one of Jill Day's that she had. He did 2 shows with Robert as a 4-year-old last year and one at the SHB Championships, and this is only his 2nd show this year, so they only brought him about a month, 6 weeks ago. He was out in the fields in the Gower, I believe, and Robert's campaigning, I think he's got another 2 middleweights, so Amy is looking for a nice quiet middleweight for an owner, and Robert offered him, and he's I've been out hacking in company with him, and he's a delight, so they will be delighted about today.
And the 3rd is another one from Amy's yard.
Oh yes,
Lisa
Salute.
Gray on Comedo Springs Saloon.
Oh gosh, Lisa will be delighted.
Lisa will be delighted. So ridden by the owner herself today.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
we could just do with knowing who's won.
Yes, we'll find out. So, yeah, Salute is qualified as an RI for the Royal International in the Amateur and Opens. And Amy actually rode him in Bath and West in the Working Hunter this year, did the novice with him, and she won overall Working Hunter champion over the Hoys winners. So,
Right.
yeah, he's a fabulous all-round horse, and Lisa takes him home, and I know she does dressage with him, and I think he's living at home at the moment and coming back and forth to Mallard's Reach. So, yeah, Lisa, fair play to you. You've done a fantastic job. So, yeah, Mallard's Reach in 1st and 2nd, and we'll find out who the winner is as soon as we've got the numbers. So, congratulations to all their connections.
Busy again, we've got sort of local people
Yes,
having
of
the
course.
success.
Absolutely.
And that's so nice.
Yeah, it's wonderful. So, yeah, Greenhall Commander in 2nd is owned by Kate Griffiths, and then we've got Salute in 3rd with Lisa and Lisa Gray. And we'll find out who our lucky winner is. Sorry, we don't know you the information.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, she's going to turn that ending in 9 or 5. 05.
So 1505, so that's B Piper with Creavel Quicksilver, ridden by Victoria Piper herself.
Congratulations.
And obviously done a lot of grooming, because that is a very clean grey horse.
Yes.
It is, and very similar to the type they had in the Small Hunter.
Yep.
So they are following a type. So they.
Yeah, this looks as if it could have Irish draft in it, doesn't it?
Yeah, they like the stronger sort. Whereas if you look at Amy with her 2nd sort, it's a different type. So they are following on what they like. Congratulations to Victoria Piper and Creavel Quicksilver.
So you see the handler there cleaning all the little bits up, checking pads and a little bit of loose, and then maybe a little bit of black on the back of the fleece, or dirt, or foreign bodies of any form of action, or cleaned up. You see there the handler there.
Quite spooky.
It is. They do have that white line on the floor, which does catch you out, especially when you gallop the cobs. They notice it last second, so. Must be for the Pony Club games, I'd assume they're back. That's normally what happens with the white lines. There we go, that's the conclusion of one class 153, middleweight hunters, and now we've got the heavyweight hunters to follow, with only 4 pre-entries in this one. So.
Will be used and utilised in some form or fashion, but it will not be the most expensive.
On the far side now we have got the
Mares, I believe. Looks like another big class
it
there.
does. It doesn't look like many have not come forward, does it? So, So we've got 39 pre-entries in class 144.
Then will assess on their work ethic and how clean they keep the board and how clean they keep their workplace that they're working in. See the time that they take to do so.
This is about getting the second meet of the intermediate ball handling competition. Nearest the camera here is Ellen Trudero. That's Lauren Morris. And in the middle, Gerald, I believe there's a contest.
They've all changed the rein now, and they're just having a counter on this left rein.
The international flavour of this Royal Welsh show.
Yes, I do. And say they have sheep and chili as well, and I would think that very similar rules will apply out there to work in the wool. And a lot of these competitors that are sheared at the highest standard now will be in New Zealand, and obviously the competition for the wool handlers as well out there. So I see that she has them.
Yes, chili.
Ooh, there's a little bit anticipating a gallop, I think.
We'll come back and see if she makes the final later, shall we?
They normally bring them back to a bit of a walk first, don't they? So.
Well, don't forget, you can also watch.
Both going for the same colour tie there, I can see.
Oh, colour coordinate. Yes, they have.
At 8 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, gallop on now.
English language commentary available on that service. And of course, we're here broadcasting from 9 in the morning till 5 in the afternoon. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. It's a great time to company. Right, let's pop up outside to the cattle ring. Here's Jello.
Featuring our muscular breed, or the most muscular.
They're all just coming back to a walk for a second so that they can get themselves organised before the gallop. They say to the stewards, this is one of the trickiest jobs of the class.
Yeah.
Trying to keep.
And I think as well, with the hunters, we quite often do this. It's all about being polite and everything. Whereas this doesn't happen often with the cob, so it's people are learning how to do it, and it's a little bit different to normal.
This is better
but
than it used to be.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a lot safer, and I think they've spaced themselves out a bit better this time as well.
Oh, it used to be a bit like the charge of the Light Brigade.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Then I think they had a couple of accidents, you see, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. They did. And it's difficult now for those big heavyweight hunters next door to be walking with this going on next door. But
but it's very different, you see. Can you imagine galloping hunters like this? There's no winding them up.
No.
They come to the corner and lengthening. It's 0 to 60.
yeah. I always think it's tidier though to come off the corner and then accelerate rather than come around. And I think it looks neater, doesn't it? Which a few of them are, which is better.
Finished the galloping, and now we're...
Yeah, I'm sure Richard will be as efficient as he was, so he seems to be...
I always think, you see, you've got 5. I always think I've usually got 5 that I really like.
I always
Get
find
this
it
one.
hard from 5 down.
Yes.
You always find your favourites and your top few, and then it's difficult from there down.
Right, so we've got a chestnut, 4 white legs. Or is it? I think it's chestnut.
Yep.
Ah, yeah. So that is... It's Rhiannon Evan
Oh, she's
from
looking...
Ceredigion, who will be
Oh.
absolutely delighted to have been pulled
I'm
in
looking
top, and will
nervous.
be looking very, feeling very nervous. I believe she's only 16, 17.
Oh, wow.
And it's this mare's first proper year out, and she's been doing really well with her locally. So,
it looks a nice sort as well.
yeah, she's a lovely sort, and she's done her all herself. So she'll be
fantastic.
absolutely delighted about this. And
Brilliant.
once we can find the pony's name.
Nothing nicer than a lovely story like this. Let's hope it gives the nice
Oh, and it
race.
looks sensible, you know, it's come in and it stood there.
Stood,
it
yeah,
looks happy.
absolutely, and especially with all of these walking
Yes.
around, it's very difficult.
Oh, look, it's Amy Devane in second.
Yep.
And that's a young mare that she's on, I think a 5-year-old.
So it's Edmar Manon Harb that is the one that's pulled in top.
We'll leave your pronunciation to that one to you, Maggie.
And Amy Devane, I believe, is on Aberlogin Valentina.
That's it, yeah.
Okay.
And that's a
Done
real
in
baby. I
Oh,
mean, I
really?
judged that early on in the
that's in the
season
novice.
as a novice.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, she hasn't got a huge amount of mileage, but Amy's usually do go well.
Oh,
Yeah.
very well, yeah. And beautiful to ride. She does set them up very well. Done in third. They're very precise, they're very quick, aren't they, at deciding? Nearly coming up to our top 20 now. It's a shame when there's only a few left, isn't there?
It is always a difficult conversation with the ones that aren't lucky enough to be ridden, but
There aren't many more than 20 in the ring, you see, are there?
Everybody's all got their hats and well dressed for the weather, aren't they? I think we're all prepared.
Oh, and there we go. It's the young Gylch, let's say, the overall championship. I think probably a bit too tight.
Oh, and I think our screen has come over to the cattle ring now. By the looks of it.
It'll be interesting to see now then who he wants to reserve to. Does he go to the senior sow or will he go to the young ball? Probably will, but who knows?
No, it's the sound that takes it.
So he's a female judge?
Yeah, he likes ladies.
Yes, there we go.
I think possibly because they are.
Indeed. We'll lounge in their pens and then they're in their store for the rest of the show.
Yeah, it looks as if there are 25 forward. So whether they'll... Oh no, they are sending the 5 out. That makes it even more difficult, really, doesn't it, when there's only 5 to send out?
it does, definitely. I think it's just one of those occasions where competitors just remember that the stewards, it's the last thing the stewards want to do, and stewards have to remember that it's the last thing the competitors want.
Oh yeah, it's not a personal thing,
No.
it's just a protocol.
We've heard it more and more this year that with prices increasing and fuel prices being so high, all everyone wants is just a nice day out. And I think as long as everyone is pleasant to each other in the ring, it makes a huge difference.
Oh, absolutely, and that's what showing has to evolve back into, is people going out for the day and enjoying it, and not as obsessed about qualifying for whatever.
And these county shows are great for that, because you can go and have a nice lunch, and you can go on a fair ride for the kids, and gives it a great opportunity.
Oh, that'll be interesting to see this. Very nice type.
Yeah, and their mum having a nervous word there, I imagine.
Oh no, very nice. And you see, he's not asking too much of her, is he? You know, it's. Good. It's like crossing off a tick lift, isn't it? You know, yeah, you walked, you trotted, canted on the right leg.
And came back.
And came back. I mean, as an onlooker, you might say it looks a little bit strong, but it may not feel it.
Yeah.
It's certainly been manually, hasn't it? There's, you know, you'd have a.
It looks a nice old-fashioned sort, doesn't it? Sort. Yeah, really nice.
But it's scopy, without being tall.
Yeah.
Plenty of limb.
I have just been outside and the temperature has suddenly shot up.
Right.
We're sitting in an air-conditioned porter cabin, probably the best spot in the whole of both Wales at the moment, but we've been saying it's been nice and cool all morning, but suddenly it has shot up, so I don't envy Richard riding all of these at the moment. So.
I think it's horses next, I'm not 100%.
This one's looking a little less settled in its mouth to start.
A little bit confused with a new jockey.
Yeah.
She looks to have settled into her work now.
Yeah. And they could be hot and sweaty and flies and things like that, but she's going lovely now.
Very pretty.
Lovely moving pony as well. And you said she's only young, was she?
I think she's cantering on the right leg. Drop back a little bit quick there.
Yeah, only a 5-year-old now.
Oh, wow. Yeah. So big future. And Amy's are very beautiful to ride, and he's riding one-handed. And I think whenever you let go of your rein, or he's obviously feeling cover, a bit of a slip there. I don't think that was the mare's fault. Oh, and canter on the straight on the right leg on a 5-year-old. That's very impressive.
I suppose it just depends. He's sitting on, and
how it feels.
He'll be thinking to himself, I'm having to put a lot of effort into this. You just don't know.
No, absolutely.
It wasn't quite such a polished performance as the first one.
Was it not?
No.
Sorry, I missed a bit of the first one, but very promising as a 5-year-old.
Yes.
So I'm sure Amy will be happy with that. Oh. Now we've lost jackets and numbers, so this is going to make it more difficult for us. So hopefully Maggie might know the name of this one. Yeah, she's just looking for its number in the catalogue now. see how
I
this one's going.
believe it's exhibited by Carol Isaac.
Oh, right.
Just trying to find her number.
Oh, she was the judge when I was champion here.
Oh! When we started with the season D, she was our horsey idol. She the real role model at that time. Always got so much time and patience for the horses.
Yes. Oh, and she's got some nice ones out this year. She's got a nice C, a novice C that I judged early on.
Yeah, and she was telling us yesterday that her grandson, her youngest grandson, has taken a real interest. So,
Oh, that's nice.
great, yes.
There we go. So we're back to the small hunters. The middleweight hunters.
Or heavy.
Heavyweight hunters. Sorry, girl, I'm getting confused here now. So 4 catalogue entries, but it looks like we've only got the 2 forward.
Oh, it looks a bit good. Is it Sophie on the chestnut?
Yeah, that
Patrick's
is
Choice.
Patrick's Choice. So that's one of Robert Walker's old horses, I believe. Fabulous old. Well, not old. He's 12 years old. He's owned by Angela Tucker and ridden and produced by Sophie Curry, who does a fabulous job with him. So he's drawn top. He looked like he was going well in the background there, and now we've got the grey. We'll have a look at his number for you now.
And really, it's wonderful for Sophie to have these really good horses.
Absolutely, because it puts your name on the map,
Yes.
doesn't it? It really does. So a few good wins, and then it increases your clients a little bit.
Yeah.
So
And puts you on the map, really.
absolutely. So yeah, so I'm sure she's very grateful to people like Angela Tucker who put their trust in a young girl as well, isn't it? It's easy enough to put them to these big producers that are doing well, but it's nice to give someone younger and just as good a chance.
They were
Only
telling
need
me what a
this
lovely horse he is.
Yeah, he does. He looks a fabulous
I know
horse, and
with Robert and Sarah Walker, hated seeing him go.
I can imagine.
But they just said,
It's when they have to go, it's even nicer seeing them with somebody else that does well, isn't it?
And that's what they said. It was,
Yeah, you would rather them do well with somebody else than not do well. And Robert and Sarah do such a wonderful job with them anyway. So, and he's a big boy. He's a tall boy,
He
isn't
is.
he? And Sophie with her dad. He's been there every step of the way for years, so I know he thoroughly enjoys watching and going to all the shows. I think he still drives the lorry to all the shows with her, so 1507, so that's the one in second is Kay Lewis's Strady Poldark. And that's ridden by Wendy Harris. Says it's a 2022, so I think that date of birth might be a little bit out. But I'd say with its colour, it's not too old anyway. Now we've got the farrier looking at the Rashford horse there.
More strength in that view than the other counterparts. There you go. Second prize thinks that he's already awarded the prize anyway. We haven't seen it yet, but
in second place at the moment. And in third, Karen Jones.
there we go. Well, there'll be 2 animals from the same family there in the.
I have to say, after picking up all these horses' feet, he's still got very clean cuffs on his shirt.
Yeah.
I am very surprised, so well done.
It's a good job it's not a wet year.
Oh, I know.
Well, I don't know what you do then. Because you wouldn't be able to see the feet, would you?
I think they bring a hoof pick and everything
do
when
they?
I've been, yeah,
Wash them
it's,
even.
Yeah, well, I think they just wipe them down as much as they can, but
Yeah, I'm sure
but
I've seen
luckily
a towel.
they're always on first anyway, so it's never too muddy for the hunters. But yeah, it's a very serious, important job. But it's great because they have so many farrier competitions here as well, so it's nice that it carries on, isn't it? Even once they're out of apprenticeships, they don't tend to do as many competitions, so it's nice to see it. So there we go, we've got our judges, Janetta Lefort, and we've got Jodie Sowell. So slightly different if you've got catalogues at home or anything, slightly different from a judge change. It's looking very quiet outside, isn't it? I think a lot of the public have stayed away today.
But that would be difficult, you see, because they'll have all bought tickets. You couldn't buy tickets on the gates.
Oh, right.
You had to pre-order them.
Oh, gosh. Unless everybody's in the shade. Safest place to be.
Kevin Watcher, Salisbury View, Kesha. Born on the 23rd of the 4th, 2015. Homebred.
Got a bit of form.
Yes. As I alluded to before, then he's ended up this particular class then of championship animals. And the darker animals have prevailed.
So my name is Martin, judge over from Northern Ireland, County Down. Member of the society since 1986.
So hopefully to follow this we've got the Hunter Championship, and then followed by the ridden cobs, so the hogged cobs after that. So yep, our winner here then is the very prolific winner, Patrick's Choice for Angela Tucker. So congratulations to them and Sophie Curry. I'm sure they're delighted. And looks like we've got our sponsor in the ring to award the judge. So well done, Sophie and team. And second we had Kay Lewis's Struddy Poldark, and that's ridden by Wendy Harris, so congratulations to them too.
The man who knows his stuff.
Just that.
Solway View Keisha.
Patrick's Choice is 12 years old now, and
But you see, you'd never think that he doesn't look 12.
no, not
It's
at all.
pride, isn't
Yeah,
it?
absolutely. Well, I was listening to a podcast on the Horse and Hound this week, and it was Gareth Hughes, and one of his Grand Prix dressage horses is now coming into its prime, and she's 16.
Oh, right.
So I think we write ours off too soon, don't we, unfortunately?
And, for a gelding like this,
He's got nothing else to do, so it's better keeping them going.
and if they enjoy it, I think that's the point. If they've got the right attitude.
Absolutely.
then
And it
it's-
keeps them fit, it keeps them healthy. It's
because people who think that when you've retired and you can turn them out in the field, you can't do that.
no, you can't. You
Because
can't.
that's like a life sentence on them.
Absolutely. And I think when you've got something to aim for, you keep them healthy and fit, and it's good for them. So well done, Patrick's Choice, and his owner Angela Tucker and Sophie Curry. Lovely horse, 12 years old. Beautiful to ride, I'm sure. And I'm sure he's a previous winner of Horse of the Year
Yes, I
show
think
and
he
things
has,
like that. I know they've had a lovely time, but you could imagine him as a scaled down 12-hander, couldn't you, or 13-hander, and he's got tremendous bone, but still has quality and beautiful front, hasn't he? So good luck to them in the championship now.
Tomorrow, during the morning, be a few showers appearing in Wales down on the southwest coast. Temperatures reaching 36 degrees centigrade. And there may well be a few more showers come Wednesday. Well, that's all for the time being.
Yeah, this would be probably the most established horse in the championship.
I would say so. Yeah, I would say so. And I'm sure he would have given a fabulous ride as well. So it's currently saying on my phone that the weather's now 31 degrees out there, so it is definitely getting a little bit warmer. But we're at midday now, so. But all these horses are looking fine, and everyone's well hydrated. And
well, the horses all look very happy.
they
Actually,
do,
don't
yeah. I haven't seen anything look miserable. They've all got their years forward, and as I said, I probably would go home. Banjo is out in the field at the moment with the option of a field shelter, and he's got trees, but I know he'll be stood in the middle of the field eating the grass, so. So that's our second middleweight. This is our small hunter winner, so Llun. That's Mackenzie Jones's Ellistown Silver Crest. Got Patrick's Choice in front of us with Sophie Curry, heavyweight winner. That's our middleweight winner. Creafol Quicksilver. Yeah. And then our
trotting on.
Somewhere in the middle now we'll have our lightweight winner, Snakes and Ladders. That's our small hunter.
There's Snakes and Ladders going across the grandstand.
Yeah. There we go. That's our lightweight winner. Snakes and Ladders, 1497. Our middleweight winner,
Yeah, so the lightweight and the heavyweight certainly
your
would be my
yeah,
top
I was going to ask
contenders.
you which would be your winner in this class, Robert. Well, that's our 4-year-old winner. So that is Devanti Boy, owned by the Heyman family in Pembrokeshire and bred by Sean and Lucy Kiff. So I know they'll be delighted. And Patrick's Choice.
It's a difficult one to say. The lightweight's a nice,
It is,
a nice
yeah,
horse
it
as
is.
well.
It is.
And whether they come down thinking, oh, well, it's got youth on its side.
I'm sure they'll have them to all gallop on now as well, so that will... I think they're doing shorter go-rounds than what they normally do, so just in the heat. But they all look like they're going well. change of reins.
Oh.
That's our lightweight going across the rein.
Yeah, it's a funny one. I always think, where you've almost made your mind up, and sometimes it's you just walk, trot, canter, gallop, and that's it.
That's it.
Don't
Yeah.
bother changing the
rein. No.
In the hope that your favourite is
Yes.
Yeah, it doesn't just ruin it.
Yes, I've had that happen where the one I've loved, and
Gone
they've said,
too
"Oh, do you
far.
want to gallop?" And I've said, "Oh, all right," and then they've gone out and blown it.
Close your eyes. There we go, so that's our last one, changing the rein, Patrick's choice, so hopefully I'm sure they'll push them on now. There we go. Can't have a hunter without a gallop. It's Carl going now on the small hunter. Oh, yeah. And that's unfortunately, yeah.
I think they're galloping up the long side of the look of it, are they?
Yeah, it's
Rather than up the
yes.
grandstand.
It's a bit longer up there than it is in front of the grandstand. It's not the longest. I think they've made it a bit bigger for the cobs, probably. Heavyweight and middleweight look like they've galloped okay, so might jiggle it around a bit now if they like the small hunter. We will soon see.
Yeah, because apparently the legal debates last night went chicken and forward while they were all having a great what I don't understand is why are they having a leaders debate when no member of the public can choose the class and
Janetto and Jodie having their final decision now.
I'd have just thought it was quite simple, but there we are.
No. Which one would you go for then, Robert? Heavyweight?
I think I probably would think the lightweight really.
Lightweight.
And the heavyweight reserve.
And then you've got the 4-year-old. We haven't seen much of him on the... Oh, wow. They are going to be delighted.
He did look like he was giving Amy a
I was going
lovely
to say,
ride.
we didn't see him much. Oh, wow. I am delighted. So, congratulations to the Heyman family. Joe Heyman, I know you're going to be ecstatic. And so is Sean and Lucy Kiff, who bred him. And well done to Amy from Mallard's Reach. I know she's had a bit of a tough... I don't even think she's been to bed this evening because unfortunately her little boy was poorly through the night, so she's had an ambulance to him and everything. So I know she will be really, really delighted. So congratulations to you all, and have a big drink on us tonight now. So that's very rare for a 4-year-old to win such a prestigious. But it's the most mannerly horse. Look at that, how many would stand there as a 4-year-old and do this. So well done, Amy. Thrilled for you all, and the Kiffs and the Heymans. Well done to you all. And Sophie in reserve with the Patrick's Choice. Very worthy winner as well.
Both at opposite ends of their career, really.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Championship. The award, Dickens Castle Petrol Cup on Welsh. Present is 1901 to Dickens Brits. Greenhall Commander. So congratulations to yourself. 501.
We'll join.
Well done again to all the connections to Devante Boy. I'm sure they're going to have the most amazing future with him. Sian and Lucy at home, I know you're going to be ecstatic, and Joe, I hope you're here watching and screaming and shouting. So well done to Amy and all of her team at home who've just worked so hard. Amy's all over the country eventing and showing and doing a bit of everything, so couldn't be happier for them all. And Sophie in reserve with Angela Tucker's Patrick's Choice. Well done to her.
I imagine the Welsh Cob mares will be a fair way through by now as well.
Yes.
Be interesting to see what they have ridden like.
So you start your stewarding tomorrow, do you, Maggie?
Yes, stewarding tomorrow.
And what is it? The C's, the youngsters or the adults?
It'll be the young stock tomorrow.
Right.
Yeah, adults on Thursday.
Oh, so you'll have a hot day tomorrow and a cool day on Thursday.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's looking quite warm tomorrow. Well, it's 36 degrees, it says, at its hottest today. 32 tomorrow. So, yeah, you're going to have a warm day. Hope you've got a big hat for tomorrow.
Yeah.
And you, Robert, do you have to wear a suit tomorrow?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, but this morning at 8 it was very
frosty.
Yes, it almost was.
Yeah. Thank God I had a coat in my car, but I'm going to look very odd walking through the middle of Gylch with a coat on my way back later. But as you can see, lots of the ponies now have got some cold towels on over them, and everyone's doing their best. I can see every single owner or groom in there has got a bucket of water, so every horse is well looked after, and you can see some people putting bottles of water in their mouths to keep them cool and hydrated, and lots of the jockeys have taken their jackets off now, so temperature's definitely shooting up. But it's a few little cloud coverages now and again, so hopefully that will keep
when
it.
the sun is actually beating in it, that's when it's the hottest.
Yeah, so hopefully. And you can see with the flags, there's a bit of breeze, but Richard is the one that is going through it the most. So
yeah, luckily up at the lorry park and in the stable areas there's a lot of shade, and actually the stables are quite cool.
Brilliant, that's good.
The thing is, it's on a hill there, so if there's a breeze,
That's
it's got to
it.
catch the breeze, isn't
I
it?
know, and it's difficult for all the livestock in the sheds, the cattle and the sheep and the pigs, but they're very fortunate to have fans, which unfortunately in our little plastic stables at the back here, they have no fans, so our poor horses, but I'm sure they're all fine. They do this in Australia every day, so one day a year for us.
He's got a few more to ride.
He has.
Quite the power of this, probably is one of the younger animals of the group, and not quite the power as we were stating before. Then they tend to mature, and obviously width and strength come with maturity.
And little belly with our animal.
Oh, she's very well prepared, very well packed up. Yes.
Would you say this is one of the best shows that you won then, Robert? Over
Oh,
the years?
yeah, I think the thing is that all the time, you know, I always used to feel, you know, when you'd won something, you ticked it off your list. I've never been that sort of person, no, I've got to do it a second and a third time.
Just the once.
Yes, was enough.
Happy with the once.
Yes.
I think you're lucky enough if you win here once anyway, isn't it?
Yeah.
Especially being champion.
Oh, you see, he's...
That didn't give him straight
No.
back. I don't blame him. You're not here to school them at the end of the day, and it's too hot to... if they're not playing fair.
I'm almost surprised in a way that maybe they hadn't thought about Lisa staying on and maybe doing one of these classes for
Yeah,
him.
in between.
Yeah.
That might have been better.
He must be very, very, very warm.
Yeah, I would say. And to still wear his jackets
Yeah.
is fair play to him. Or even having 15 in instead of 20 to ride. But maybe if they do one thing wrong, maybe he just stops anyway. That might be the better way. This looks like it's giving him a nice handling ride.
It looks a little bit like that mare, what's her name, Jessica or something?
Price.
Is it hers?
I'm not entirely sure. I didn't catch a glimpse at the start, but
We'll have a look
It's just
now.
that it's black with two little white socks. He certainly had a nice ride on that.
Yeah, he
that's the
did.
thing.
Very mannerly. Did everything he asked.
No, it's not just.
We're back in the sheep
3
ring,
more
and
to go now.
as we featured earlier on, we've seen the Roberts family successful with the new
1405.
so that is C. Prater's Llun Babette.
Oh, right.
the judge again.
And that's with their daughter riding, isn't it?
Their granddaughter.
Granddaughter, then.
Yes.
Phoebe.
Phoebe.
Phoebe. That's right. And this is produced by Katie Marriott Payne.
And senior round.
Babette has taken Phoebe from first riddens up to the opens
Oh, wow.
and done a great job of showing Phoebe the ropes, really.
It's a big step up, isn't it? The Section D class is a big class. You have to be. There's a lot of wingcraft going on that needs to be done in these classes. So to go from that up to that is a big achievement. So she must be one good pony.
She is. She's a great pony, and she's given the Phoebe confidence to do. She's doing very well on her Dales this year.
Oh, right.
Again, she looks like she's given a nice mannerly ride. And Katie always does a lovely job of schooling them. So. And he's only riding off the top rein on her as well, which is...
Yes, because he must be at the stage now where he's thinking, just take me.
Just take me, yeah.
I don't want to have to do anything.
Yeah. And fair play to them. They stood there for 18 or so to do their thing and done their confirmation as well. So, yeah, she's done a nice job.
Breeding sheep from the flock, and they must have a very good flock to be able to produce a champion and a reserve champion in the Royal Welsh show. So
I'm sure they'll be delighted with that ride. Pony couldn't have done any more.
They will be short of advertising it. Here comes the females. So we'll have to look for more shepherds now to hold the stock.
1418.
So this is Helen Williams with Seont Sovereign.
All right. She's from Carnarvon. Helen.
A judge herself.
Yes.
So,
oh yes, and I think she may have judged the in-hands and the written here.
Would you ever be interested in judging Maggie?
I would. But yeah, for now, concentrating on competing.
You're busy enough doing that. That's the difficulty. You have to give up another day to do it. That's what I found difficult. Would this be something you'd be interested in doing? Maybe doing the
It
C's
would.
or
I'd
D's?
love to do the C's.
I thought you would. I thought you would enjoy it.
One day.
We'll get you there. This one looks a little bit...
This has taken some riding.
Yeah, it looks a little bit stronger in the hand,
Yeah.
doesn't it? Yeah. Whereas the last one, he looked like he just sat there.
Yeah.
It was
This looks heavy
in the hand.
Yeah.
Which I know he said he wanted something light and something that took him, so... You can tell as well when someone's enjoying riding them, they literally ride them to the last second, whereas when it's not as enjoyable, they stop a lot earlier. And
It's only a 6-year-old, I believe.
oh, there we go, he's got plenty of future. So.
Yeah.
And bless them, they have been sat there for a while and in the heat. So 1430.
So that's Pauline Jones's Cwmesgair Touch of Class. Another locally owned
All right.
pony.
that must be the most frustrating part, really, when you're feeling now at your hottest and weakest. And
you've got the hardest ones to ride. Yeah, I always think it's starting reverse order might be
you
better.
think to yourself, I've got a big class of stallions
to come. I know.
Hopefully they will have replenished the box of biscuits in the middle of the table. And
I'm sure. I remember judging, I had the privilege of doing the British Show Hack and Cob Society Championship show, which is a 2-day show, and I rode 174 horses in 2 days, and I slept for about 2 weeks after I
sure.
And you had the evening performances with all your dresses and everything. It really was quite a lot. And then in Australia we judged the Grand Nationals, which is a 5-day show. So we were leaving our hotel at 7 o'clock every morning and returning, not even before 8 o'clock most evenings. So long days there. They only had one ring, so didn't judge all day, but it was very long days. But we were very, very well looked after and privileged to go over there. But it is hard work being a ride judge.
It's funny because the people that I know in Australia always write and ask me, what do you know about these judges and how well do they ride?
Oh gosh, I hope you had good things to say.
This one is Ellie Coulson's Haigmore Olwen, who, interestingly, her full sister was champion at Cheshire County.
Which you previously had.
Yes.
Gemma.
Haigmore Gemma.
Lovely mare.
Olwen is her younger sister. And is only a novice.
Oh, brilliant. I bet they're delighted to be still in the top 20 as a youngster. And Julie breeds some lovely mares. She's had a lot of success here at the Royal Welsh. So
she has. And their sire, Menai Sparkling Imperial, has really stamped their temperament.
Oh, absolutely. So he was champion at Horses of the Year show with Vicky Hesford. Was it Vicky? No.
With Gemma
Baxford, that's right. What was Vicky's?
Pinch Rugby Sax Mudgeon.
That's right, wrong one. But, lovely. Imperial was a lovely. They've definitely got his type, haven't they? And Gemma was reserved in the Price Hand Supreme at Cheshire, wasn't she?
She was, yes.
Yeah, and it was interesting to watch when she judged Royal Welsh. That would be 3 years ago now, didn't she?
Julie.
Yes.
Yeah.
You could follow
her type, her sort.
Completely through every single class.
And she looked beautiful.
Yes.
Beautiful outfit. Yeah. I remember she looked fabulous. So. Yeah, she's definitely got she breeds a lovely type.
Yeah, and takes a lot of thought into what crosses she makes to ensure the type continues.
That's because she's used Menai Cardiau this time, hasn't she?
She has, yes.
So that would be interesting.
She's also used her own young stallion.
Yeah.
1417.
So that is H.E. Todd's Low Haygoth's Mayfly.
Right.
Have you judged the Section D's here, Robert?
No, I'm not on the D panel.
Oh,
A's,
of course,
A's
yes.
and B's and ridden.
It's lovely to see the return of the A and B ridden class here.
Yes.
Because I know to be a ride judge in this section, you don't have to be on the panel anyway.
No.
So, because there isn't a ride panel anyway, so.
And the D panel is a very difficult one to get on. I've tried.
Oh, really?
And the reason they gave me for not putting me on was lack of recent in-hand showing experience. And sometimes the right face has to fit the...
On our website, just go to s4c.cyber/show.
Oh, well done, Richard. I think that was your last one. Brilliant job. And he deserves a well.
So you must have gone through the hack and cob assessment.
I did, yes.
That's a tricky one, isn't it?
Yeah, amazingly I got straight on.
Yeah.
Didn't have to probation,
No.
but I did just ride.
You didn't do the confirmation?
No, I more confident riding. That's what I enjoy, going to shows to do the ride. So, and I've been very, very lucky over the years to have ridden so many different horses and ponies.
Yeah.
There's probably not as many people that were lucky enough to have so much choice. Every year I would have 4 or 5 new ponies, and I would also be schooling ponies at home. So jumping from one to another has never fazed me.
No.
I'm quite lucky. I'm quite versatile going from one to another. So I remember going to my assessment, and I was only going to do hacks and riding horses because they weren't my interest. I'd never really judged a cob, and when I got to my panel, my riding assessment, the humdinger was there, which at the time he was just a prolific winner. And I was desperate. I thought, I really want to ride him. And they said, do you want to go on the cob panel? I said, yes, please. So only so I could get to ride the humdinger. And
was it worth it?
Yeah, it was. He was good. But he was trickier than most people thought he would be. He really did. Even though he did know if you had your weaknesses, so he was a great one to have there, and yeah, thoroughly enjoyed it. And they did have a few tricky ones, but luckily that's never bothered me. But the downside of that, I think people see my name as a ride judge and they think, oh, she doesn't mind a tricky one, so I do get some interesting ones. Yeah, and I have fallen off in the ring before once, so it wasn't the best of days, and that was with the late Alan Robertson. He was my confirmation judge, and they had a very big telling off. But yeah, it was very sad that we lost him. Was it earlier this year? Or was it last year? Just before, there we go, a year ago.
Before Christmas.
Yeah, just before. So big loss to the showing community there. He was a great character and a great judge. So, oh gosh, I bet Richard's delighted he finally had his.
A rather longer time than the vodka, of course.
Well, it'll be interesting to see whether they both feel that the first one, is good enough
to
stay there.
Yeah. It'd be lovely for a local family to do that. So fingers crossed to them.
But isn't that nice, really? Because it wouldn't be your face, would it?
No, which is
all.
wonderful. Yeah, but fingers crossed. But,
several festivals in recent years to
The Pony Club do a brilliant job of running the results back and forth, in fairness to them. They work tirelessly all week to run back and forth, and they have to wear their riding clothes.
Oh, do they?
They do. Pony Club stipulates that they have to wear their riding clothes, so in fairness to them, they work really hard all week.
And it's good base for them as well to get into showing and understand it, and
I'm sure it puts some of them off showing for life,
probably,
but it may inspire some others.
It does take a big team to put all of this together.
This morning already, many of them going back to the caravans on site around the showground itself.
So, with the one that's called in on top, who would be their sort of mentors, or would they do it completely themselves?
I'm not entirely sure, to be honest.
The smaller bottles as well.
I know they do a variety of things. They hunt all winter.
Right.
They do everything with the ponies, and she does a lot of breaking.
Just making the pony all together. It's encouraging to
They do a lot as a family.
Yes.
She does work on another yard. I think she's doing her an apprenticeship.
Right.
And it proves that it's not just because you're a producer you win. If you've got a good enough horse to beat them, you will beat them.
I've always said that.
If it goes well
Yes.
enough and it looks well enough, you will beat them. They're producers for a reason. They've got to be the best,
So
and
we
they
go
go
get
the
one of those
best.
small
But
bottles of vodka,
if you've got just a good horse, you will win.
How big do you have that?
They do live quite close to the Menai stud, so I know they've had a lot of youngsters from Menai.
Oh, fantastic.
Oh, I know.
So it's a winner for another winner for the Williams
Alex,
family.
fantastic. Oh,
That's
wow, they will be
Alex Williams on Ringside Top Dollar.
Topsy, as she's known at home.
Topsy.
So, oh, this is amazing. Fantastic. Oh, she's gobsmacked.
Just wanting the marks clarified there.
So it's number 1401. Alex
She does
Williams
give a
from the
very
Ringside
consistent ride.
And she did qualify at one of the first Horse of the Year show qualifiers
She
this
did.
year. So,
Yeah, the first one, yeah.
first one. So
Another one come up the line.
she's a beautiful mare stripped as well, isn't she? So well done to the girls. That is.
Oh, this is the black one.
Oh,
With the
that
white
came down
socks,
further.
yes.
Yeah, 2 socks. So
It
well
did
done.
give him a lovely ride, to be
Yes.
fair, didn't
And
it?
the first horse has gone down to third,
Yeah.
but I'm sure they'll be delighted just to even get that pole, and even be
And-
third is just,
They
So
will, I'm sure. And it's a
congratulations
young
to
mare with
them,
a
so-
big future.
yeah. I'm sure Alex is not going to, but she's got the same jodhpurs that I bought from Australia on, which
All right.
which I've told her about, so they're her new lucky jodhpurs, I'm sure. So, Alex, they look great.
So I'm sure there'll be a bit of sibling rivalry in the championship.
Oh, it's going to be brilliant. But she's a beautiful mare. She really is a fantastic mare stripped. And this really does seem to be their very lucky show at times, doesn't it? They either do very well or not at all, but
Yeah, they've done well, both ridden and in hand.
in hand,
here.
yeah.
And the rosettes are being handed out.
Fantastic. So congratulations to the Ringside Stud and the whole Williams family. Just delighted for you all.
I'm showing fourth. That is Gemma Morris on Caiderwen Essex. Another young mare who's had a lot of success. And I'm sure will have a lot more success.
Yeah, and this mare, the winning mare, is head off Prince of Wales.
So well done to Alex Williams on the Ringside Stud, 1401 on Ringside Top Dollar. Congratulations to you all. I'm sure there's going to be a few bottles of champagne in that lorry this evening, so thoroughly deserved. Second is 1428, which I can get the name up for you.
Is Nicola Harrison with Maismanach Anwyl. Maes Mynach actually present the cup for this class.
Oh, wow.
So it would have been...
Oh, that was nearly there.
Yeah, nearly there. And Nicola of the Maes Mynach Stud is this year the livestock committee chairman for the show.
Oh, wow.
So I'm sure
delighted.
they will all be delighted.
Yeah. Runner up in the main class. Well done to them all. Well done to Alex and family, just delighted, and there's his sister Kate. So just brilliant. Partners and everybody there going to congratulate them. So well done to them
Family
all.
effort.
Absolutely.
Well, so have won two out of three classes is quite an achievement.
Massive
Probably a record.
achievement. Yeah, I would say. So in the far part of the main ring now, we've got class number 168, which is the ridden cobs. So not traditional cobs, but your hogged cobs. So hopefully they'll come on to those now. 15 pre-entries, and just the one class in this, which then takes them over to the overall Supreme of Show. So we've got our first contender in that with the Hunter Champion with Amy Tuft.
It actually looks like they've got quite a few entries forward in the ridden cob class.
I think we look like we've got 8 forward, and they've done their go round now, so they're just drawing them in to start. So I'll see now. I'm not entirely sure who'll be judging this. We've got Mr. Owen Bradley down, but I don't believe he's here. But the confirmation judge is Mr. T.J. Chalmers from Colchester. So we will soon see who will be the rye judge now. So have you judged many cobs over the years, Robert?
Yeah, quite a few.
Yeah, you enjoy the cob class?
Yes.
I really do as well. When I went for my assessment, I never thought it would be something. I've never competed in the class, didn't really watch them a lot, but since judging them, I really love them.
Oh, no,
they are fabulous. They're just so well mannered. They look like they're going to be big, heavy rides, but they really are not. They're wonderful. So. And what would you look in a cob? What would you look for?
I mean, it's one of these short on the leg, plenty of limb, deep through the body. But again, you see, you want that good shoulder with a well set on front, so that you're sitting in the middle, with plenty in front of you. And then this good back end. I mean, we've got a little bit where we've gone into a stage where we've had a few years with over fat.
Yeah, that's
that are making animals that are not cobs
look like cobs. I think the cob transformation, the before and afters, are something like you've never seen before. Yeah. I think people that can find these cobs tied to the side of a road in Ireland and then just see how they are, and the transformation is just amazing. So now this horse now.
But it looks as if they're not having a ride judge.
This is.
It looked like Wyn Morris was stepping in as the second.
Yeah, but this is Terry Chalmers now who's talking to the riders, so maybe they haven't got a ride judge for these.
Looks like they haven't, no.
So they're going to have 2 on-foot people, one doing performance and one doing confirmation.
Which is brilliant.
Yeah.
A bit different.
These jockeys will be panicking, thinking they don't usually have to do a show.
No.
So we'll try and get this one's number as soon as it passes. But if it's the one I think it is, I've got a very good story about this. 1549. So, this is Malcolm Dixon on Rooster Cobban. Now, I met him a few weeks ago at the show. He bought this horse from Llanybydr for £500. It might be slightly different in the price, but it was something, £500,000, whatever. His wife spotted it in the pen, and she said, come with me and have a look at this horse. And they bought it there and then, and it is fabulous. It's only a 5-year-old. It's his first season showing. He always does such a wonderful job, and such a lovely family. Always supporting all the local shows. A proper true huntsman, you know. He does a wonderful. Like, the horses are also happy. They look well. He does a really, really nice job, and just a lovely, lovely family. So this was a bargain, absolute bargain, and you can find a pony anywhere. So
and it looks tremendous with it.
Absolutely. Oh my God! Next year I think he's going to be fantastic. Like, he's got another year to go, and I think he will be a superstar. So yeah, fair play to him. Delighted for him that he's got another horse, and it will be its forever home. You know, he would never buy it to sell it on, and well, if he wins today, he will be over the moon. So delighted for them, and it looked like it did a nice show.
Oh, it was lovely, and it was balanced.
And it's got such presence.
The whole time he rode it round the corner.
Does a great job. Yeah, very great job. So yeah, delighted for Malcolm and his family. So this looks like Amy on a cob. Let's have a look now. I'll check the number now for you.
All the relevant information and visit the website, which is slc.com.
This looks like another happy cob, going well.
When they're a good one, they just have such a happy outlook.
They do. 1555.
But you see, this is my thing, is where some of the Welsh cob people would do with coming to watch these going.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because it's not about speed or
the big trot.
It's the correct way of going.
Yeah. So this is V. Norbury's Cryfall Autumn Star. This is a 10-year-old and ridden by Amy Tuff.
So the same breeder as the winner of the middleweight?
Yes, it looks like. Yeah, Cryfall. So this looks very mannerly and gone very well as well.
Coming round the corner with its head the right way. That's
And it's quite nice to actually see not a rider ride them, just their normal.
Usually ridden by Zara Owen by the look of it.
Oh, right. And the thing is, with Terry Chalmers, we'll know enough to know whether she's having a good ride
or not. Absolutely. You can see, can't you? You know. And it's had its ears forward the whole time. Nice happy expression. So nice cob sort as well. Older than the first one, double its age, but
and the performance, there's probably 2 or 3 marks between them.
Yeah. Little bit more polished, It's just whether you prefer the.
But the other horse was a lovely type.
He was, fabulous. So this one is a coloured. So not often you can see. They must have clipped him maybe this time of year.
I believe there were 2 colours. Oh, are there?
You quite often see them. You mistake them as being grey most of the time, but
and the colour's called historical.
There we go.
With grey and white.
So this one is Emma Edwards with Colour Me Blue.
Oh, right.
I always think the cobs have such wonderful names as well. Very quirky. Looks like we've got the Section D stallions next door as well. And definitely the heat has picked up now. It's even feeling warm in the porter cabin.
And this is going nicely as well.
Yeah, very mannerly. And I think that's the whole purpose of a cob, isn't it? To be mannerly. If you wanted to go hunting all day, you would want to go and ride it yourselves.
Well, I think the idea was that they were for old people. That old people could enjoy
Slower.
hunting things. Yeah. Slower and more sensible.
Yeah. More comfortable, but... And you don't realise how much bone they have until you actually stand next to them. They really are
Very
big
chunky.
chunks. Yeah, they are. They are.
These have all been a nice type, that they've got a lot of quality about them.
That's it. That's what you've got to get, that special bit, that
Yes.
little bit of quality, isn't it?
Because sometimes you get these, what I would call a draft type,
Yeah.
where they've
Heavy and
clipped all the feather off,
yeah,
but they lack
the quality. Yeah. Whereas I think that first horse has that as
Oh,
well,
yes.
doesn't he? And like, look at this one, it's got nice loose contact and it looks nice and bouncy.
Yes.
1547. This is Hayley Jill Hennessy. He is a 6-year-old and ridden by Hayley herself.
Yeah, not quite as balanced.
No,
Slow going.
no. Not.
And that's often the thing when people say to you, oh, I don't know how you made it, how you chose or whatever. When you watch them, they often sort themselves out.
They do. I always think when you walk into a class and you've got 40 bays in front of you and you think, how am I going to do this? But they really do sort themselves out. And your winner does often stand out.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. And I think people worry about having these little bits like different brow bands and different jackets and different hats. But I don't think that makes any difference. If your horse is good enough to stand out, you don't need to change anything. It's
And often I think the gimmicks detract
yeah,
from what you're supposed to be looking at. And
absolutely.
Can spoil an animal.
Yeah. I hear the debates about people having generic jackets and generic brow bands, so everybody is the same. So they say that the judges can't see who's in what team or producer, but I don't think that makes any difference if you've got a good one. It shouldn't. No, exactly.
Sounds like the stallions are galloping.
Yes.
It does. This will this little cob doesn't get too worked up on it. The great thing about these cobs is that they can have a couple of classes as well now if they're coloured, so you can do the ridden coloured class as well as which is great, going to a show and not having to do just one class. But fair play to him, with all that clapping and cheering, he's not behaved too badly at all. Oh. So hopefully in the background now you can see the Welsh Cob Stallions. They unfortunately missed the go-round in that one, but hopefully we'll be over there now to see what's been drawn for you, and we'll try and get you as up to date as we possibly can. I know many of you will be wanting to watch this class. Definitely heating up here now. My phone is currently saying 32 degrees, so it is feeling warmer. We were lucky this morning, it was nice and cool, but it certainly is heating a little bit. But as we said before, the Royal Welsh are doing a good job of keeping everybody hydrated. You can take your jackets off if you wish. Plenty of water for the horses. So the horses are looking happy and full of beans, which is good. I know Maggie will probably be eager to get over to this cob class. She's already, right, here we go Maggie, so hopefully we'll be able to find out what's drawn. We've got Richard, got his jacket back on.
Oh yes, we've obviously got 2 or 3 called in. Oh, he's going over to the first.
Oh yeah, I think he changes his hat, doesn't he? He's wearing a strapped hat, which is sensible.
Hopefully we'll get a glimpse of the lineup soon.
There we go.
Yes. Oh, is this the one on top?
There must be 20 in the class because they're all staying in by the looks of it. And here come all the grooms with their buckets of water, so
Yes, to be fair, they're always talking about the next chapter every morning. That's interesting. That's the society.
just trying to see it's number 1, 4, 3, something.
Oh. I can't make out now whether they're taking the saddles off because it's so hot, or whether they're
stripping first at the end. Okay, so Rich is out on the first one. We haven't quite got the number yet, but hopefully if we do, we'll keep you updated.
That's where Llun is at the moment, and he's with Anna Jones, who's the marketing and...
yeah, this is giving him a good ride,
yeah,
hasn't it?
Yeah, it's very light in front,
yes.
And I think that's how he's wanted them. No, he's just sat there nice and quietly, and it's very mannerly, isn't it?
So the show's been a lot of preparations behind the scenes, and it's like the highlight of the end of the season, as it were.
The number.
Let's say 1451.
So that is David Gardner's Cavill Barley. So, so ridden by Lily Burridge.
And by Trevelyan Picasso, so.
Yeah. Trevelyan Picasso obviously throwing a good line of riddens.
Yes.
And 13-year-old as well, so hopefully he should know his job and be a nice ride. I'll have a look for the second number for you now. I'm sure they'll be delighted in top. It looked like it gave a nice ride.
One thing they did initially was get the girls to get involved to see how much interest there would be in
Again, they look similar type.
of that nature, and the response was very, very positive. Hence the reason they're holding that competition tomorrow night. You're actually mentioning the fact that the People's Village is on a smaller scale this year than it has been in the past. And the reason for that is because people wanted
hopefully we'll have a better view of its way of going in a minute.
on a smaller scale to go back to basics, as it were.
A few clouds in the sky in the background, so hopefully they'll come over towards us a little bit more.
And yet there's a breeze, the flags are...
They are moving.
Blowing, aren't they?
They are. Probably doesn't feel like that in your jackets
I
and
bet
your
it
hat.
doesn't.
Regardless of how old you are, you never stop being a member of the European Farmers Club.
We've only seen a little bit of its way of going, but it looks like it's giving a nice ride. So, we're over to the Cobs now, so we'll have a look at your winners, see how getting on.
Looks like they're having a bit of shake-up there.
They do look like they're having a shake-up. So we'll see now. Let's see if Malcolm stayed in top or not. Oh, he has. Oh, he will be delighted, and I'm delighted for them. So congratulations, Malcolm Dixon and Rooster Coburn. Only a 5-year-old, and look at the front on that already. Beautifully, beautiful. He's got a hell of an eye for a horse, and Malcolm, if you find one like that for me, please let me know. I'll pay double what you did. But yeah, congratulations.
And it looks like Amy stayed second.
Amy's second.
And I would have said that, was deserving, wasn't it? Just on watching them do their performances.
Yeah, they didn't. Neither of those deserved. They could be first or second, whichever they preferred. But I know how much this will mean to Malcolm and his family, and just a lovely gentleman, and always polite and always friendly, and just a lovely man. So delighted for you and your family. And
and he'll have been surprised to have to come out and ride a show.
yes, I bet he did. I bet he didn't know what to do. I bet he hasn't done a show for years.
No.
I'll have to wind him up now and tell him he did a good show. And well done to Amy. You've had a busy day, Amy. I bet you're ready to go to bed now. So it's a lovely little horse, though, isn't it? I really like it. I only saw him tied up to the side of the lorry at the show, and he's tied up eating his hay net outside. You don't see many show horses doing that now, and he was as happy as Larry. So I know he's got the best home for life there. I'll try and steal him one day, maybe.
That'd be interesting. I bet they don't know the breeding, do they?
I don't know. No, probably not. Probably not. I think I'll be going down to Llanybother next month to see if there's another one like it.
Because there was a really good one years ago called Just William, and it turned out it was a pure D.
Oh, right.
Yeah, and it
Oh gosh,
won
what
a
it's Cobb, the whole Cobb. Oh
yeah,
wow.
lightweight.
Oh wow.
And you've got a registered name. It was a Copperfield.
Right. On Section D.
Yeah.
It's amazing. It's amazing how versatile the Ds can be, isn't
Yeah.
it? Like how amazing they're doing dressage and things like that. They are brilliant. But tonight, there you go. I think that's Win judging, isn't
Yes.
it?
Yeah.
So he's not down for judging. We've had a big move around for. So it's Win Morris judging from Pembrokeshire, and who was the other judge?
Terry Chalmers.
Terry Chalmers. There you go. So yeah, great result. Oh, hopefully we'll be seeing Malcolm in the Supreme on Thursday.
So how far away would he live?
I would say he's Bridgend, Cardiff
Oh, right,
area.
not too bad.
Yeah, no, I see him always at Pencoed and Sunnybank and shows like that. So
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure whereabouts he's. Well, it probably says on here. No, we haven't got addresses, but that sort of area. So not far. But he does everything with them. You know, they'll go hunting and hacking and. Yeah, part of the family, and he's always had lovely. He'll have like one or two nice horses, and they're always well produced and look well. So yeah, I think he'll have great success with this one now. And and it's not often you've got a mixed class as well. So for those that don't normally show cobs, you have a lightweight, a heavyweight, and a maxi. So your lightweight and heavyweight would be, I can't remember what's the height they have to be under. Is it 50?
Well, it was 15-1.
15-1. And then obviously your maxi cob is any height. So
I mean, Amy's could be a maxi.
a maxi, yeah. So you can see that there's a slight height difference, and
Yeah.
probably the third could be a maxi as well. So the first one may look like he'd be a lightweight.
Yeah.
So it's to do with the bone, isn't it?
Yes.
So same as your hunters. But I think the Welsh Pony and Cob Society will be the best place to go for a party tonight with Malcolm and the Williamses, and
Yes.
Nice to see it. We're going to all the Welsh at the moment, so the beer will be flowing, I'm sure. So once again, a huge congratulations to Malcolm Dixon and Rooster Coburn. only a 5-year-old winning this class, and I know how delighted they'll be. Second is Amy Tuff, and she's riding the Norbury's Prif Autumn. And congratulations to all the connections there, but yeah, what a wonderful 5-year-old. I'm sure Malcolm's delighted. Is that your winner, Robert?
Oh, it would have been, yes. Oh, he's got quite a sort of pony head, really,
Yeah, he
hasn't
has. Yeah, lovely sort, I think. There we go. Hopefully we'll be back down to the stallions now. Might have a bit more time with them now, so taking the cones away so we've got a bit more room. And hopefully we'll grab a few numbers so we can see what's drawn in what section for you.
Well, Richard must be thinking to himself, oh, I can see a light at the end of the tunnel.
I'd say he's ready for an ice bath at this rate.
And you know, there'll be people that will complain about being hot, that have ridden in one class, one horse in one class.
I know.
And he'll have ridden, well, the best part of 90.
60, yeah.
Best part of 90. Oh no, 60 of course, yeah.
And then the ROR, so he did about 68, I think, isn't he? So, yeah.
I think it's surprising though, you don't really notice until you stop.
Yeah, that's the worst.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh yes, and then if you had a 10 or 15 minute break and somebody said, all right, get back there.
Start again.
You wouldn't want to, would you?
Hopefully we can get a little bit closer to find out what he's riding, to keep you updated.
I imagine they'll want to keep the championship as brief as they can.
I would say. And do they have the whole ring? The championship normally? They've taken the cones away already, so they may do today.
They may do.
And you just hope then in the championship that the crowd in the grandstand just chill. Because, you know,
it's a lot. It is a
for
lot.
them to cope with. What they don't realise is the cheering just spooks them and it spoils their way of going, doesn't it?
And as I said, I do the side saddle here on banjo a few times, and thank God he's got a temperament to die for, and he almost, he loves the grandstand. He will
and
trot. We have the whole main ring. Yeah, he has earplugs, but he'll have earplugs even if he went to a normal show. But it just settled him. I don't think he really needed it in his old age, but it just made me feel a bit more settled as well. Especially when you're on sideways, you want to be as safe as you possibly can. And some ponies, it's not so much the clapping, it's sometimes they don't like the ponies behind them. So earplugs do just settle them. Makes a massive difference. I really, really believe in earplugs. Most of mine ponies have them, and there's nothing worse than you're doing a show and all it takes is for one seat to flap up and that's your show over. So I definitely highly recommend earplugs, and Most ponies have them nowadays. There's not many that don't.
It's just obviously some don't like them.
Yeah,
and you see them and they go and their ears.
Pikachu years, as they call them, they stick out. But most of them tolerate them. So Banjo just used to put his head to the side and pop them in. And if I felt that he was a bit slow in the show, I'd always pop them out when I was in the middle of the... So there's not many that will allow you to do that. But it is a very, very loud grandstand. We can't see the view of it here, but it really is quite a lot. And it's hard to keep them straight on there. Do you find that, Maggie, like when you're trotting along the front? They tend to be a bit more wobbly, don't they? You don't stick to the side as much because it's very close, so you have to have a well-balanced one. Okay, hopefully we'll find some numbers for you now.
Second place I'm on.
This one doesn't seem quite as settled in his mouth for Richard, unfortunately. And I think that's quite an important thing to get right for a eye judge, isn't it? Like we just saw the cobs, they're all very light in their mouths, and they've been stood for a little while. So
I think you'll find with these, because they are hot,
and stallions and testosterone, and
they're probably saying no, not interested.
They're only takes that little bit of sweaty years or something to set them off. But, so we've got 1458 now, Max, coming out.
So this is Helen Waledit's Gems the Rat Pack.
Oh, from Scotland.
Oh, wow.
Gems.
The prefix.
It's
got
the
them.
was it called Richard Deptford? I think he was. That was the same family that had the show pony Pretty Polly.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Oh, well.
And he just died recently, the chap who bred these gems.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's sad.
There's quite a few out doing different
well,
rhythm jobs.
There's another Bay C, isn't there, that's just qualified now for Horse of the Year show.
Gems Malt Whiskey.
That's it.
Oh, he does very well, doesn't he? I think he's giving him a little bit more riding again, isn't he?
Although perhaps a little bit more forward going, isn't it?
Yeah. But very mannerly. Done everything he's asked.
Yeah, it's got a little bit more oomph than the previous one, hasn't it?
Uh, 1467.
So we have Juliet Tully's Arrowa Sirocco.
Oh, I think this is the Great Yorkshire winner.
Oh,
second at Great Yorkshire.
There we go. And that's Emma Boardman, but now
Emma Burrows.
Yes.
She was second in the gelding test. So this is an 11-year-old in its first season under saddle. It won novices at the PSBS Winter Champs, qualified for Royal International, qualified for Horse of the Year at the Highland.
The Royal Highland, yes.
So
May have gone champion at the Royal Highland, I think.
I think he did.
Yeah. And then it was second at Great Yorkshire this last week.
Looks like it's given him a nice ride so far.
Slightly different type, I think.
It has gone well, isn't it, for him? It looks like it's given her a much easier ride, doesn't it? And again, Emma does a lovely job of schooling them and setting them up. Picasso always goes perfectly. Never puts a foot wrong, so fortunately we've lost him now for a bit, but hopefully he'll be back. Where is he going? I'm sure she'll be pleased. I know he's older, but for a youngster, a novice, he's gone well. So it looks like he's got 3 or 4 more to ride. And I'm sure he'll be very relieved once he finishes.
More than that, I think. That's 6 left.
Oh, 6. Oh gosh, yeah, he's further back, yeah.
Quite a challenge in itself, we consider the television.
These last few have all gone quite nicely, haven't
Yeah,
they?
fair play, they have. Considering they've been stood there in all that heat, and I think they've not stripped these first, which they did in the first couple of sections, so they have been a bit, which is a bit better for the stallions who don't want them, but this looks like it's giving him a nice ride.
Good ride. Well, and all the people in line must be thinking, I'm in with a chance. Because apart from that first class where the first one stayed first,
they've all changed around, which I think is wonderful.
They've changed the line-up
a
lot in every class, haven't they?
And that looks a lovely sort as well.
Yeah.
That is Amber Ripper's Llun Hywel Balls of Fire.
But a lot of these won't be out on the Hoyes circuit, will they?
I would.
Most of them, but there will be a lot that come that don't. There are a few you've never seen and come round from your local shows, but probably more the stallions. They probably are on the circuit, aren't they, most of them? I think Richard's show, bless him, is getting shorter and shorter, isn't it? He's doing a smaller loop at the back.
You see some of the horses some of them look very fit and well. Some of them are just a little bit, carrying a little bit too much condition, I think.
And I think with the heat, some of them just switch off, don't they?
Yeah.
They just don't want to do it anymore, which I don't blame them. And some love the heat and you don't notice, so they're all different. Next one, 1461.
This is Caitlin Fairhurst's Ponyside Royal Command.
Very well-known prefix in the in-hand sections, isn't it? They've had a lot of success here over the years.
So this one went to, it was second at Windsor.
All right.
And it went to Hoy's last year. It's been knocking on the door this year again.
Looks a nice horse as well.
Yes, pony.
I don't want to jinx it, but it usually goes very well.
Does it?
And of course, Richard is best known really for showing Dale's ponies.
Yes,
That's
he's
where-
had a great success,
That's
hasn't
fantastic, yes. I mean, he's had trading horses, all sorts. But
he? Highlands,
yeah,
as
but I
well.
think Dale's ponies have been his.
Forte,
Yes.
isn't it? Yeah, what you know him for.
He's had some lovely heavy horses over the last couple of years.
Yeah, he has. He has.
Well, I think the good thing is, he's never limited himself to
One type.
pigeonholing
No,
anything.
no, not at all.
And I
Not
think
at all.
that's good.
Absolutely.
That's been more interesting for him.
Yeah, rather than the same. Yeah, 1770.
Unfortunately, has the wrong number on.
Oh no.
That's a shame. Bit of a wrong leg there, with the fluff.
What's your views on wrong legs after all these big debates this last few weeks, Robert?
Yeah, I mean, I think, when it's an open class, it shouldn't happen. And in my book, if I was judging an open class, I would be knocking off probably 10 marks.
Yeah.
Because what I wouldn't want is for something that's gone on the wrong leg to win a class.
No.
And when they get to the standard,
There should
taking
be.
the correct lead is a simple operation, really.
Yeah. Yeah.
It happens here. It's a different rider.
Yeah, with a ride judge,
There's
it's slightly
trends,
different. You
yes.
feel it's rider error, or it's up to you as a ride judge whether you can feel if the horse is not schooled well enough that it's your fault or their fault. I think
Sometimes
most of
I
the
can
time.
see it. People ask too soon.
Absolutely, yeah.
Or you think, you haven't got enough inside leg, or you haven't
Yeah.
brought it round the corner.
1437. Sorry, carry on.
So this is Gabrielle Molloy's Sangreig Alfie.
Yeah, it's a very big topic at the moment.
I just think if you're in a class...
That's got good enough quality and there's plenty...
Yes, you've got a nice animal and you come out and you don't make any mistakes and then you get beaten by something that's gone on the wrong leg once or twice.
Yeah.
I would be very frustrated as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And you know, I've done it in the past. I've won classes when I've been embarrassed to win them. And then somebody said, oh yeah, but it's the nicest horse. I said, yeah, but it's a ridden class.
Yeah.
If it was an in-hand class, I'd get away with it, but I shouldn't be getting away with it.
No.
And then, of course, I've been stuffed where
Well, years ago, if you knew you had a wrong leg, you knew you were down the line. So I used to be the queen of wrong legs. Debbie used to almost kill me most of the time. I had an amazing pony called Mount Caulfield Freedom, which I was champion at Horse of the Year show in the intermediates. I was drawn top at Royal International and a set show of one of these stop in the middle, 2 strides of walk. And I think because I was the first one, I did it as they said and where they said. And I think further along the line, you would have worked out where you can do it. And I hit 3 wrong legs. I don't think Debbie spoke to me for about a week. And the worst one, I hit 7 wrong legs on a pony called Old Court Balalaika, which I was never beaten on until that day. I was at the Royal show and... it just went from bad to worse, so we've all done it. But you knew you're not going to win as soon as you do that mistake. But
we seem to have seen it creep in where people have got away with it. It is frustrating.
Yeah.
But I think the trouble is, when you had that happen to you, you went back to the lorry and you probably
just talk
swore
about it,
and you maybe threw things about, but that was the end of the story.
Whereas now we have social media and it builds and builds, doesn't it?
People express their frustration elsewhere, don't they?
Yeah.
I think the other difficulty is there's a big difference between a show where nothing has gone wrong and a really good show.
Oh, absolutely. I mean,
so I think for me, if something had done a really, really good show and done maybe 1 stride of wrong leg, I would rather forgive that than something that's totally on the wrong bend, falling around corners.
But then I probably would have given that one 25.
Yeah.
And the one that's on the wrong leg 35.
Yeah.
So it still would have beaten it.
But I think sometimes that's where the difficulty comes through, where people starkly look at the marks and they think, oh, well, I did nothing wrong, but that wrong leg had more than me. But you've then got to think, well, actually, let me dissect my show.
Yeah.
Oh yes, where you're going is a debatable
And it's not a dressage test, is it? If you don't like that pony, then you don't like it, do you? Regardless if you went well. Just because it went well, you can't give it 50 out of 50 if you don't like it. So it is difficult.
I think what
the debate will go on, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think what people have to do when they're judging is to make people aware that yes, I've taken that into account, but it still went better for 98% of the time. And I would say, you see, when I gave the rosette, and I would say to the second one, you know,
today's not your day.
Yeah,
absolutely. And I think in these Hoyt classes, I know people were saying that the standard is the best one, but the standard should be up there anyway. There should be another one that is just as good.
Absolutely.
Or I think local shows, if you've gone the wrong leg for half of the lap, then yes, fair enough if you've got a best. It is difficult. It is difficult at the moment. It's something that first ridden should be doing, not these old open ponies. Oh, I think this is his last one, isn't it? I think he'd be delighted to finish. So, hats off to you, Richard, for doing such a wonderful job. You've ridden everything brilliantly, and I don't think anyone can moan about the way he's ridden anything. He's ridden them all exactly the same and done a fantastic job. So in this heat, he deserves a big drink after this, that's for
I think
sure.
what he hasn't done is to ask anything unreasonable of
No,
them.
not at all, and he's done a very nice,
Yes.
simple show, and
He's asked them all to do
all
the same thing.
yeah. He's not asked too much. He hasn't asked any of them to really gallop,
No.
I think, probably from the heat, which is fair enough, so... And this is given, apart from a little bit of a late canter, but
yeah,
nice and light in front,
yes.
isn't it? And you can see which ones he likes, because he's dropped the bottom rein
Yeah.
on a lot of them.
Oh, he's had a nice ride on this.
Yeah, that's done a nice... And it stood there for 45 minutes or so.
Yeah, waiting.
So, yeah, I'd be happy if that was mine. So. Nothing's gone badly, I
No.
have to say. Nothing that we've seen up here. It's all gone well.
No, the stallions on the whole have actually been the most settled,
I
perhaps.
would say,
Yeah.
yeah. When it's at its busiest and hottest time.
But you see the mane on this one now, you see, why is it so short? You know, a really nice type, gone really well, but I don't know why they need to trim them to such a degree. That's my opinion, of course. It's not an official. And so many of these in the A's, they have a long forelock that goes down to the tip of their nose, and then a short mane, and they don't realise how silly it looks. You know, I mean,
Too short.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Bet Richard's delighted now he's finished that.
We, however, haven't seen any band tails, have we?
No, luckily not.
We can't see the whiskers from here.
No. We could tell which horses were going to the Great Yorkshire last week, because a lot of the show horses still had their whiskers on, which had been growing for a few months, so I'm sure a lot of them...
And that's a funny one, because I would have said, although people are funny about it, they say, oh, I can't bear leaving the whiskers. It's probably the last thing I notice.
Yeah.
When I look at them, especially from a distance, you can't see them. When you get up to them, it's not an eyesore.
No, you don't notice it, do you?
No.
It's just getting used to it,
Yeah.
isn't it? I remember the Gilbert Scotts, they always kept the top eyelashes on, which is not known really in the show
No.
ponies. You trim them all off, but not the actual eyelashes, but the ones above,
The
and
whiskers, yeah.
the whisker ones. They'd always keep theirs, which you could spot one of theirs from having it.
And they'll have had their reason, you see. They'll have said, oh, we think they go better with the whiskers
Maybe,
on.
yeah, maybe. They were very clever at what they did.
They
Always
were.
very well turned out and beautifully schooled. So as soon as we get more numbers and knowledge of what's drawn top and...
Oh, it looks like it was in a swale this time, did it?
Yep.
Yeah.
No.
Do you like your swales or not, Robert?
No.
Don't see them very often
No.
You
anymore.
don't. And I mean, now that like the British Show Horse Association say to their judges to actively discourage the use of a swales bit.
Do they?
And that would, for me, I would have said it shouldn't need, a Welsh cob shouldn't need a swales bit.
No. I think I was probably one of the naughty ones that brought it out years ago. I rode a pony called Sean St. Daniel, who was a brother to Sean Bryan, who was a prolific winner, and Sean St. Daniel was a beautiful pony, and I was very little on him. He wasn't very strong, but what we found with the swales, he was frightened of a curb chain.
Right.
And what a swales does, it releases when you stand, so it's not tight when they're standing, so we found that helped him.
Yeah.
If we had him in a double bridle or a pelham, he was always frightened of what was under his chin. So, and we needed it because I was so little. I needed that little bit of. So I mean, I've seen the good and bad to it, but
I would have said the thing is with any bit, it's the way
it's
the
how
animal
it's ridden.
goes.
Absolutely, yeah. So that was our reason.
And that was deep, the first one. When he rode that first one, it for me the head was too low. Now with the swales you can't say lift your head up.
No.
If you've got a double bridle,
you might be
pick it up on the Pridoon and drop the curve, wouldn't you? And that would be my...
I just think as long as they're happy and they're ridden well, isn't it?
I always used to ride my C with a Wilkie as the snaffle part of the double, because all he went in at home was a Wilkie, and he was so happy in it that all I then had to the bottom rein was just there for
just
pretence.
For show.
But I remember someone commenting on the photo of him in the championship at Hoy's, and you can see the bottom rein is looped, and they've still said about the Wilkie, and you think...
Well, the thing is then, you see, is the Wilkie isn't the preferred bit to go in a double bridle, is it?
No.
Traditionally.
No.
And that would be an issue for me. It is for a lot of people, because what they say is that you've got two actions trying to achieve the same thing. And really what you should be able to do is to ride in an open class with one rein.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have a problem with that. If somebody came into an open class in a snaffle and it went as well
as anything else,
I wouldn't penalise it if it wasn't in two reins.
I know. It's all personal preference, isn't it? And I suppose that's why we all show. It'd be boring if we all like the same things, and it's a debate that can go on all day.
Oh, yeah.
Whiskers, bits, jackets.
Oh no, because somebody said the other day I did some lead reins the first week, and somebody said, I can't believe he's put a lead rein up in a Wilkie. Well, I would say, why do you need a Wilkie on a lead rein pony? There's an adult leading it. But if it's not anchored, I haven't got a problem with it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, we had the first ridden, and it wasn't even, you didn't even have to take hold of the reins, because as Gemma will tell you, I wasn't a competent first ridden jockey. But in a snaffle, he was really unhappy, and as soon as you put the Wilkie in his mouth, that was it.
1451.
So Cavill Barley with Lily Burridge has retained the first place.
Right.
Belongs to David Gardner.
He'd be delighted, I know. Oh, Lily's ecstatic.
Lily's obviously won 2 classes today now.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, she won the C's and the D Stallions. Second, we didn't quite get the number there.
Oh, and the thing is with it would be interesting to see the marks, because until you measure everybody against each other, it may not have been its perfect ride, but it was the best horse in this class.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, he's a good-looking horse, isn't he?
He is. How old is he? How old is 141? So he's a 13-year-old by Trevelyan Picasso.
Oh, there we are again,
yeah. Congratulations to David Garner and his connections, and Lily. Delighted for you all.
And Picasso was the stallion that Jonathan Bass stood, wasn't it? Yeah.
He looks delighted, the pony. He knows he's done well.
So they've got 3 bays then in the championship.
Yes, they're all very similar sorts, aren't they? Let's see if we can get any of the numbers.
We have results in the Welsh Carnsdale Huntsman class, and that is class 146. the original Welsh Cross Stallion, with the first prize going to 1451, and that's Dydd Gardner with Carnsdale Huntsman. Second prize to 1462. Natasha Ham with My Softer John's Llun. 1438 in third prize, going to Lisa O'Ru with Steppers Relight My Fire. Fourth place then going to 1467.
Oh well, this must be a bit of a relief for everyone concerned now that the end is in sight. Horses haven't got a lot left to do. Riders can take their jackets off and get changed.
Oh, absolutely. One last championship to go.
So we've got one rider who's won 2 classes and one family that's won 2 classes.
Yes, yeah.
I wonder whether she's thought who's going to ride. Oh no,
the C's don't
go
in.
in, do they now? No.
And they all live in a fairly similar area. Yeah? We're all
Oh,
from
do they?
all in South Wales,
Yeah, brilliant. So, yeah, well done to David Gardner and Lily Burridge and all their connections.
Hopefully we can catch for you who was second.
1451, which is Cavill Barley. She's looking delighted. I think Lily's making the most of the whole of the main ring. I don't blame her. It's not often you get the whole ring.
Yeah, you see, he's going really nicely, sat up here with her.
It looks like the second and third might be joining her for a second.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hopefully at some point they'll show us who was second. So in third we had Lisa Rook with Steppers Relight My Fire.
There we go, so we're just concluding now to the championship of the Welsh Cob Section D ridden section. Our judge is Mr. Richard Telford. He's done a tremendous job today, so take our hat off to him. We worked out he's ridden approximately 77 ponies and horses today, so he certainly deserves a very big glass of something when he comes out with here.
Favourite tipple.
Yeah, absolutely. He deserves it more than anyone today. So hats off to him. And we were just saying he's done a fantastic job, and everything's gone wonderfully for him. So yeah, very, very good. And then our confirmation judge, Mr. H. Shaw from Stafford.
Yeah, they seem to have been happy with their overall results, don't they?
They do, yeah. There's a few little changes.
Yeah, and I think they've got a nice type throughout
yeah,
the
they
classes.
definitely
We've got
followed
3
the
classes,
same type.
and
Yeah,
we've had 3 similar types, haven't we?
Absolutely. So yeah, it'll be the battle of the Williams sisters now, and the stallions. So it'll be interesting now. Temperature is definitely soaring now. phone is currently telling me it's 34 degrees out there now, so definitely very warm. Nearly finished for the day. I know the parades have been cancelled, so that's a very good decision. And I don't think it was so much the standing in the lorries and waiting for it. It's a long day. At least these horses
and the
can jump.
When you're collecting to go into it.
Yes, that's it.
Takes a long time,
It's getting them ready and getting dressed, and it's a very good decision taken by them. So. And I think it's about 3-4 o'clock that the heat is actually at its hottest. So, best of luck to all the competitors in the championship. We'll just sit and wait for them now, and I think they're in already. And they've got the whole main ring, which would be lovely to see. So we'll run through our winners' room. So we've got 1-3.
So now this is the trouble, isn't it? When you gallop now,
they've got to settle.
The gelding now is on its toes because it's expecting
to gallop,
cheering, and
it's difficult to try and ride them down. So that was the gelding winner, Ringside Pony,
and following him was Dyffryn Castaway.
Yeah.
And so it must be in class order then, mustn't
Then we've got the mare, 1401. That was Alex Williams, so Williams sisters from the Ringside stud, and that is Ringside Top Dollar. And we've got a bit of a gap now, but Ringside have had a lot of success over the last few years at the Royal Welsh, so they certainly know how to win in this ring. Then we've got 1451, which is the winner of the last class, the Stallion, which was
Cabell Barley.
There we go, Cabell Mike. So hopefully they'll be able to just do a quick go round. But Soulborough will hopefully settle down now. Once they come away from that grandstand. It's probably quite busy in there now. I'd say a lot of people are sheltering from the heat, so it's quite a bit of a hustle when you're literally stood right in front. It's got a bit of a noise, but the mare looks nice and settled anyway.
Yeah,
she's and Alex.
And of course she's had a little bit of a break, whereas the Stallion's having to come straight in.
Out, yeah. Hopefully we can see the second one.
The two mares there, happily walking side by side.
Alex has had, she qualified the first Horse of the Year show qualifier this year, so she's all done and dusted. I think this is her second show since that, isn't it? So she's had a lovely time, whereas I know her sister Kate has been working hard to try and qualify and is missing out on everyone. So and then we've got the lovely Picato, who's had lots of success. So we've got a good view of them now, trotting at the front. So
and you see the winner has just got that bit more action than the second.
Here's Picato. He's always got wonderful manners and always goes perfectly. We've got the gelding winner followed by the Stallion winner. And there's the male winner, who looks like she's going really lovely and settled.
And in a way, this is what they should be taking into account now. Overall, which one's gone there?
Yeah.
And this is a different class.
Yeah. Start again.
Yeah.
And she looks lovely trotting along the front there.
I can't lean on to just touch on what you said earlier on. All the teams have caught up. It's a bit of a...
Let's see if they all stay settled after their gallop now as well. Charbel wants a good gallop in front. There's the gelding winner.
Yeah.
Not looking quite as settled as the
No,
others, I don't
and
think, which is a shame.
You know, for me, since he's walked in, he's just been a little
bit hot.
bright,
A
yeah.
little bit hot. The stallion's getting nice and relaxed. No, interesting. The judges were stood on the side,
Oh, were
watching
they?
them. Yeah, on the grandstand.
Oh, they're
So
galloping on this
galloping,
race.
so Alex. Did a nice gallop and she's come back nicely. So, any predictions? What are you going for, Maggie? Difficult one.
It is a difficult one.
It is difficult.
I think the mare has got to be in
I
contention,
would say, yeah.
in fairness to her, but then she wasn't full top.
No.
But, so we can confirm now that the second in the stunning class was Natasha Ham with Mice Proctor Don Juan.
Right.
We finally managed to see her back number. Yeah, we don't know whether they were roughly pulling their top 10
No.
or whether
if
they
it's
were
top.
pulling them precisely.
But if you went on what we've seen now,
Yeah.
I think the mare would have scored.
really shown.
Yes,
Yeah.
and I think the stallion probably reserved.
Reserve, yeah. And it all comes down to that confirmation as well, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But I'd assume if they're in there, they would be their favourite
yeah.
thoughts, and there shouldn't be any
And I think
wonderings.
when they
But
get
it's nice to
into this
compare them.
stage, yes, you've got to just say to yourself, well, based on what we've just seen,
They should be the best of the best. Just putting them in order now. So we got the two ringside ponies. So ringside Zorbra coming in with Kate Williams. Picasso in second with Emma. The mare winner, ringside Top Dollar. The second mare
Was Mice Monarch Anwin.
there you go. And then the two stallions.
So we had Cabell Barley and Mice Proctor Don Juan.
So our two judges now, Richard Telford and Mr. H.L. Shaw, just coming to their final decision. But
oh,
we're going to debate which one.
That was a
which
quick
one
decision.
Cassie. There we were. All right, well done, guys. Oh, well done, Alex Williams. She is going to be over the moon, delighted for them, and well done in your lucky Australian jodhpurs. I bet they'll be your favourite now. Just wonderful. There's going to be a big party in that lorry tonight, I would say. Do we see what was reserved? The staff.
yeah, that's fair.
Yeah,
You know,
absolutely. Great job.
yeah.
Yeah.
And what they've done is to judge what they saw,
So, yeah,
not
absolutely.
based on anything
What
else.
they've, no, it's wonderful. They've done a brilliant job. I think we've been very lucky today, seeing some lovely ponies, haven't we?
Oh, I'm seeing some lovely performances and being able to follow. There's been a pattern to their judging.
Yeah,
In
absolutely.
time, certainly in way of going,
Yeah.
there's been a consistency, hasn't there?
And it's nice to see ones coming up from the bottom of the line, which have gone well to be rewarded for it. So, yeah. So, homebred pony. I'm sure their mum and dad will be screaming at the sidelines. You'll probably hear them from here in a minute, I would say.
I think that's the wonderful achievement, is that they actually
Homebred
bred
it
them
to them, yeah.
and have brought them up through the ranks,
Yeah.
got them going,
Yep.
and been successful. And this is the premier show.
That's it, and that mare will stay there for the rest of her
Yes.
life, and she will breed some future champions, I'm sure, as well. So, yeah, congratulations to the Ringside stud. Hopefully we'll see them on Thursday in the Supreme. And the nice thing now, I'm sure we'll see a nice lap of honour from Alex.
Absolutely.
She'll
She
make
took
the
a
most
risk.
of it.
She
With
took a
one-handed.
risk with
Yes, she
one-handed
did.
and waving.
She did. I think she trusts that mare.
Yeah.
But she's got the most wonderful temperament. So there's our ridden cob champion, the mare, 1401, Ringside Pop Dollar, and Alex Williams from the Ringside stud. Congratulations to them all. And thank you guys for being such great company.
Yes, thank you.
Thoroughly enjoyed. Hope we did okay. And you all enjoyed it back at home listening. The mare looks as pleased as Alex. I think so. She deserves a nice big bucket of feed when she goes
Yeah,
in.
and she looks very happy.
Really chilled,
Yes.
isn't she?
There's Gareth.
Yeah, there's her dad. Oh, just wonderful. Oh, and here's her sister. I'm sure Kate will be laughing at Zorbra now. Or annoyed at her. Look at him stood there. But, they've had a wonderful day. Hopefully have a nice family photo now. A nice memory to put on the wall. Cherish it forever. And they go for their famous photo in front of the
And of course they started off in show ponies.
They did?
Yes.
Yeah, they did. With Malcolm Rosser. Was it?
And Martin Davis.
Martin Davis,
Yes.
that's it.
And they had a lovely 14-2.
West Hill Chatterbox.
Yes.
They did. And I think Zorbra has West Hill Chatterbox's saddle on. I think we've had a
Really?
conversation.
Right.
Yeah, lovely. But look at that photo. You can't beat that for two Royal Welsh winners in a day. Homebred children, homebred ponies. Just the dream, I would say, for any breeder.
And like a dog or a horse, you can't smack its backside or turn it off. You have to reward them every time they do something right, and so ignore it and try another tack if they're doing it wrong. Would you like to come over here again? Are you sure? I know you've not been here for a long time, have you? Would you like to make an effort this time? Come on, then. So she gets a little bit more distance this time, and every time she comes to us, of course, she gets a nice little reward. And then eventually, you may see that she's on what we call a crown. It's a bit like a long leash on your dog or a lunge line on your horse. So eventually the bird starts to probably come maybe from the barrier there to here. And once she's doing that as quickly as possible, with no messing around, we would be fairly happy about then starting to fly her free. And would you like to come over this bit? Are you sure? Come on then. Make an effort. You know the story. No play. Come on. And if she's a little bit reluctant, what we can do is show her a little bit of a bigger piece. Ah, now that's changed her mind. because Harris holds very clever. You can't do it to con them very easily. So we give her another little bit of a reward. And